48 professional mahjong players, 16 teams, but only one team can be the strongest. Welcome to the final session of the Saikyosen Team Battle qualifier. We've got 3 great games for today. I'm Chiral, the one behind the controls, and joining me for game 1 today is Nathanael. Hello.
Hello, it's good to be back for our second stream, the finals, the completion of the final session.
Yeah, only 3 games left. One team's not going to make it to the next round. One team's going to get a bye to the final. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I think we'll also be hearing from Jenn in the other games today. Our broadcast today is sponsored by WRC and USPML. We hope you check out Sparrow's Nest in New York, a mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex 3 order tables. WRC is the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international mahjong tournament in the world, held once every 3 years. The next of which is going to be in New York. I learned this yesterday. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's gonna be great. I'd also like to talk about the World Riichi Online Team League. I had a game today which went about as badly as it possibly could have. I sort of misclicked in East 1 and down to 18,000 points. I think I'm super gearied, but I really should have taken like half a second longer to think about my discard. A little bit unfortunate for me.
Those happen. I was playing the league earlier today as well. I played as many games as I could, and I finished positive, but I also took my first fourth of the season, so that was a little bit unfortunate. But we're still up 34 points on the day, so.
Oh, nice. But yeah, in that game, I also got hit by one of the more obscure rules, which does apply in this tournament. That being head bump. I managed to not win a hand because someone else to my left won it before I could. But it's still fun. And yeah, speaking of the rules, yeah. The Saikyosen Team Battle, we do have Ipatsu, we do have Uradora. We'll be starting at 30,000 points. There are no ties. But if the dealer wins and is ahead in all last, the game will continue. We saw that yesterday, in fact. I believe that's what happened. But yes, otherwise, yes, we do have to worry about that head bump, of course. The a rule I don't like, but
I was really worried one of my games today. I had a 1-4 so wait. I thought the player on my left was also on 1-4 so, and the person I wanted to really hit dropped the 1 so. I'm like, okay, yes, but at the same time, I know I'm not going to win this. And there's a little pause. I'm like, yes, the other player's hitting Roan. And then I got it. The other player just wasn't template on it, so I did get the win. But I really did think I was going to get head bumped off the hand.
Yeah, that's I would have been sad to see it happen to both of us today. But no, okay.
I still got fourth. But
yeah,
it made it close.
Yeah, but yeah, it is definitely one of those rules where there's strategy in it, because obviously if you can sort of match the weight of the person that goes after you, you can sort of steal the win off of them. But it never feels good to have the win stolen from you.
No, not at all.
But yeah, I believe we've covered the rules. I guess we should say that we are the WRC YouTube channel. If you're enjoying these broadcasts, please do like, subscribe, do all the YouTube things. I think there's like a notification bell you can ring. But yeah, I suppose the only thing we can talk about is let's have a look at how the scores are going to work, because obviously we only have 3 games left, and as you can see right here, it is only position that matters. I think score in game does work, but only as a tiebreaker. That was important yesterday, as the bottom 2 players had the same score. I think we had 2 fourths though from one of the teams, so maybe that might not matter. It may be very, very important later on today. But first place scores 3, second scores 2, third scores 1, fourth scores 0. And how are the scores looking after the 2 of 5 games? We have Team DD Studio once again in first place. So they've managed to keep that 4-point sort of cushion this entire time. It's crazy.
Yeah, holding that over Jankatsu Master. It seemed that Four Seasons was going to be a team to catch up to them. But now the gap is 7 points, although I believe Four Seasons will be featured on our first table, and so perhaps we will see an upset occur. Definitely thinks it close to Four Seasons takes a first, and DD Studio takes a fourth.
But yes, the other interesting thing we were talking about was that battle between Alban and All Sirius. Did we see All Sirius yesterday? I know we saw Alban in the game that I played.
I don't believe so, but I think we may be seeing All Sirius today.
So if they can win, they're ahead now. Because Alban took 2 fourths, I think. So if All Sirius can win a game or two, just keep scoring, they're through. But if all Sirius take a fourth in that game that we'll be seeing later on, suddenly they could be out. Exciting. But yes, so you were saying that we were going to be seeing Team Four Seasons, and obviously we follow the team in first place, that being DD Studio. So who are the other two players in the game that we were watching today? Alright, in the EC, it is exactly as you say. From Team Four Seasons, we have Chifumi Yamawaki from JPML. In the South Seat, representing Team Aokei, we have Chiyu Misaki from NPM. As you were saying, we were talking about it, right? All Sirius. In the West Seat, Enju Sanada from NPM. Very important game for them. And you hopefully saw them yesterday. Geki Shimoishi, representing Team DD Studio from NPM, is in the North Seat.
That's right. If you were tuning in yesterday, you would have seen Geki Shimoishi in Game 1. I believe Yamaji Pro played for DD Studio in Game number 2, but he's back for Game 3 to try to close things out for DD Studio.
Well, good luck to them, because it's very important. If they can keep that first place, I think they've got a pretty good chance. 4-point gap with 33 games left. As long as things don't go terribly for them, I think they're probably okay. But you never know. Imagine what would happen if Four Seasons scores 3 and DD Studio scores 0 in this match.
It'll be interesting to see. I'm ready to head into this if you are.
Absolutely. Let's go. Good luck, everybody. We have 3 sports shirts versus one very smartly dressed person.
Seen some of these players appear before, not only in this session, of course, Geki Shimoishi, but also I believe we've seen Misaki as well in previous editions on the broadcast table.
Yeah, I think we've seen Chifumi. I don't know if it was in this or if it was in the Sankei Shimbun Cup, but it's definitely a name I recognize as well.
Absolutely. I really am happy that, we've been broadcasting on this channel for over a year now, and I'm finally recognizing these players just by having seen them cast before. It's really awesome.
Exactly, yes. And I do believe we have, was it Shimoishi with 2 Dora right now?
Ooh, 2 Mondora. Absolutely. It'd be incredible to pull a hand in East 1 with Dora. Shimoishi off to a good start, potentially. Filling in another shape. Dealer looking pretty strong. A couple tiles away from Tenpai. He's looking maybe thinking
it's
about...
really interesting how Misaki's going to be thinking about the mixable sequence, right? Especially considering the 2-man Dora.
Yes.
Unfortunately, we know where 3 of the 2-man are, so that 1-2-3 mixable sequence is going to be quite a slow burn on this hand.
Ishanten for the
We'll see how
dealer.
they keep. Yeah, honestly, like 1-2-3 Sanshoku is definitely one of those hands where you dream about it quite a lot, but you don't always commit to it, right? Because you will often draw so many better shapes as the time goes on.
Right. Oh, wow. This is...
Oh, that is a huge pull. 1 away.
Ishanten for 2 players now, and that's a better block. Now, do we cut a pair? Tuso to start.
In the ideal draw, we get Pinfu there, but we'll see.
Exactly. And notably the Tuso there. If we do draw the 3-so, we can improve from our 1-3 Kanchan shape to a 2-3-so Yamen shape. So rather than cutting the terminal tile, she chooses to drop the more central tile. Hoping that Tuso will improve. She can also follow cut the 2-so and just hold a safe tile at this point, assuming that we'll have enough improvements on the 3, 4, 5, 6 pin shape. We don't need to hold that 2-so too late. We'll see what happens as we enter the second row.
That's a really interesting draw here. I think I'm more than happy just to commit to having the triplet. Yeah, exactly.
Sanada also looking strong.
I mean, All Simple's Dora 1 isn't the most exciting hand, but if you can win it quickly, especially if you can get there closed, it'd be very, very, very exciting.
I wonder if he'd be willing to open. Well, we won't have to think about that too long. It is Tenpai. Does he get greedy at all? Will we just take the Riichi +1?
I would just be happy to take the reach, personally. But then know that I tend to be...
Oh,
Okay, interesting. So the one that does technically deal, but that would not be a Yaki right now. So if someone does play the one of dots, they can't win. Interesting.
yeah, only the 4-pin can be a Ron. Sanada will look for more out of this hand. Potentially a 2-so for the 2-3-4 Sanshoku potential. Also, 3-so would give you that chance as well.
It always feels bad cutting the 8 during the 7.
Oh, it will just take the
And
Riichi now.
the reach doesn't come out.
I think the second 2-so came out and made the Sanshoku a lot less likely. Therefore, he was willing to take the hand that he had rather than greed a little bit longer.
Yeah, speaking of greed, the 9's actually pretty safe, but if I were Shimoishi, I would be more than happy to push into that with holding the door 2 and being 1 away.
Maximum efficiency here for Yamawaki. Will be in trouble, though, if she draws into Tenpai with a 4-7 mon. We'll have to discard... Sorry, 4-7 pin. We'll have to discard the 1 pin into the Riichi. But if she draws the 2 pin, then she's safe. Chi with door 2.
He switched to all symbols.
Uh-oh.
And there it is, as you say. The 1 that comes out.
Riichi +1. No Vida.
We do not flip Dora.
2,600.
So, but still, not a bad shout for Team All Sirius, who need those points. Remember, they're second from last.
Only 3 points ahead of Team Alban.
If they can win 2 out of these 3 games, they're through. Right? It's none.
It's true. That's mathematically confirmed.
Yeah, exactly. So like, just being aggressive is, I think, perfectly fine. You know, Team Alban are going to be aggressive too. Is the thing, right?
I guess
they know their win condition, so
there is still the potential for the tie, but it's almost mathematically certain. And if there's a tie, of course, the cumulative game points will come to matter.
And that's one thing to really keep in mind, right? I think Team All Sirius actually have less points than Team Alban. They've got a bigger negative, so it's going to be that match sort of team points rather than the in-game points that are going to be really important to try and win out on.
So
far, I think they lose on a tie.
And we've seen 2 Dragon Pawns from Shimoishi, so threatening putting the fear of Daisongen into the table. But our dealer...
Yeah, do you see any of the other dragons?
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So the first person to draw one is going to be very, very perturbed.
Flush otherwise, even if the Chun doesn't come into hand for Shimoishi. And our dealer Misaki has been drawing extremely well. Even this 1-2, 2-3-4 shape in the Sozu is still quite strong in terms of seeking a pair, and right now the hand is lacking ahead.
Yeah, I really like the 8 cuts out of the 2 cut there. There's sort of a bad overlap between the 5-6 either way, but the 2 does keep that 1-2-3 Sanshoku with that chance available. And no fear. Interesting. I would have expected a bit more hesitation with the Dora there, with the Red Dragon.
You're right. The Chun comes out. He says, "Do you have it? Did you really start with a pair of each of the 3 dragons?" And it goes through. And at this point, you would expect to see the Chun be discarded from the hand of anyone else who has one. When it goes around the table and no one else discards it, she kind of knows that they're in the wall.
That's a really good point. Yeah, exactly. There's still a chance that you can just pull the other 3.
Certainly, if he draws 1, it doesn't hurt to hold on to that over one of the other honor tiles in hand.
I guess I have a rules question for Jen when Jen gets around. Is there a liability payment if someone calls the final dragon? Yeah. In this rule set?
I suspect so, but maybe we'll get confirmation from Jen later. In this case, though, Ishanten for Shimoishi. Now the Chun doesn't really fit into his hand. He has bigger dreams.
Yes. Speed. And you know what? 2 Dragon Triplets is more than good enough for me, in my opinion. I would be happy to go for that instead.
Big Ishanten here from Yamawaki. So many draws for Tenpai. Sorry, from Misaki, our dealer. I believe Yamawaki also improved on the previous draw as well, but not quite as fast as Misaki is. Enju Sanada. Will he
Do you
cut?
take the really wide shape, or do you take the one advancement? Okay. Because
Will
technically you got that 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7. So the 3 doesn't do anything by itself, but there's so much that it could become in the future. So it's an interesting decision, right?
turns out that cutting the one so would have given Tempai. Now she has to reconsider. There are a lot of ways to cut. You still have an incredibly wide Tempai no matter what you do. If this
This is
was,
where I'd be thinking about how many tiles do we see out of each potential shape here.
yeah, I think she really likes the one so. She can see 3 of the 2 so. And so it's pretty reasonable to expect that one so is live. Just really
That's
hoping to
very
draw
true.
that. I do agree with the decision, although it did backfire.
The other benefit to having knowledge of where all the 2s are is that no one else has 2, 3, right? So if down the line you end up having to cut that one, it could deal into a pair weight, of course, but it's less likely to deal into a sequence weight.
There's another dragon, and of course, Shimoishi it passed before. He's made a couple discards since then, but it does continue to pass, and will
Oh,
be
it finally gets drawn,
confirmed.
but it's too late. I might have kept it over the south, over the east there, personally, if I were Shimoishi. Just little 2 dragons would be nice. There's only one left, but like little 2 dragons would be nice, right? I would have kept it over the east.
It would be quite funny, that's for sure.
As unlikely as it is,
Oh, there's the
and
Tempai.
that is Tempai.
Big Tempai too,
Yeah,
three-sided.
that's it. Yeah.
Three-sided with door 2. So Yakuhai. Onitsu, door 2. It's Hanuman.
Speaking of Tempai, we see a reach come out for 7 man. And I think this might be one of those potential head bump situations we were just talking about earlier.
I believe Shimoshi's on 258 mon.
Okay. In that case.
But of course, if he somehow switches the weight, if he draws something he doesn't like, there's the world where it switches. And as you said, could see that come into play. Are we considering a chi here for Tempai?
You would have to cut the 3 pin, but that doesn't look terrible compared to the reach. And 2 pin, 2 draws before the reach is a bit scary. The 6 is also doable.
Yeah, 6 maybe
The 9
slightly
can
better
come
than the
out.
3. You expect
Mm.
that Misaki already has a 6 pin in the hand. And it is true, although that if she drew into Tempai in a different way, that 6 pin actually would have dealt in.
And we see another reach.
Another sideways tile. I don't know about you. I always forget to turn my tile sideways after the first Riichi declaration tile gets called. Uh-oh. 2 mon. That's going to deal in.
There it is. So, with Dora 2, Dragon half flush, we've seen our first big hand of the day.
And for DD Studio, this is exactly what they're looking for. They're doing it again.
They're just going to keep this 4-point cushion the entire qualifier, I swear.
Well, if they keep getting first, you expect that cushion to keep getting wider. Because surely the
That's very true.
competition can't also match your first places.
Well, yeah, you never know what the other tables are going to be, but yes, exactly. That's true.
Notably, though, Four Seasons was relatively close, so this when DD Studio gets the first place on your table, that only widens the gap. And so if this continues this way, it looks like it'll be difficult for Four Seasons to make that comeback. We'll be relying on Jankatsu Master, but still time for Yamawaki to make up the difference, about 16,000 point gap to Shimoishi.
Yeah, one thing to definitely consider, even if Four Seasons isn't going to challenge DD Studio, is being second or third does let you skip the first round of the playoffs. So they still want a good result. Even if they don't necessarily get a first, a second would be huge to help confirm their sort of skipping around of the next stage we'll be seeing soon enough.
Soon enough, you say, although it's going to be quite a while
Yes, I
before
was
we
about to
get
say it is quite a ways away, I think, but It'll come around. It'll come around.
Another Mon door tile. This time the one Mon.
Yeah, a lot of players having 2 Mon here. Oh, we do have the 2 1 Mons, of course, here, but this hand is it's going to be a weird Riichi only. Probably waiting on the 1 man as part of a pair weight, which is going to be interesting.
Yeah, still, no matter how good your weight is, Riichi door 2 as dealer is going to be strong no matter what.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you can get to Tenpai with 2 Dora, you take that reach, especially if you're dealer. But yes.
Do we 3-pin here or maximize our immediate efficiency?
I think I'm happy to throw the 3-pin. Like it's still 1 away, right? And now it's 1 away. You can get the 3 of bamboo for Tenpai.
You gain the extra 3 so, as you said. However, you lose potentially drawing a new sequence in the Pinsu.
That's true.
If your hope was to avoid bad shape, you might have been hoping for that, but as dealer, a lot of times just playing for efficiency is best. For the immediate efficiency.
Yeah, sometimes when I see Dora 2, I start like almost like blinders, right? I need to win this hand. I can't be thinking about
look
what
at
my
the other
shapes I'll be
discards.
drawing later.
Just the immediate
Ooh.
shapes. That's a triplet of the East.
They've already opened the hands. They now have a Yaki. They didn't actually have a Yaki before that.
Yes, although I think he was confident that he would be able to pull it in.
I mean, worst case, they also had the chance of going for that half flush, right? If we cut the 5-6.
Wow, ends up drawing the triplets of both the East and South Yakuhai. So this is Tenpai. Doesn't even need the flush anymore. We'll just hold the wide weight.
Fortunately, we do know where a lot of the 6-pin are. Obviously, they're hidden away.
Oh, would have been the flush Tenpai. If he decided to be greedy, maybe earlier in the round he would have been a little greedier, but after picking up 100 money, he just wants to win and pass the dealership forward.
Yeah, by my count, I think there are 1, 6, 2 3s out there. So a decent chance of drawing into this winner, but we'll see.
Small weight improvement here.
Side grade, yeah.
That is should be Tenpai using the 2 mana as the pair. Oh, wow.
And that is Tenpai.
Did we slam?
This 4 mana is needed. It's not the greatest weight in the world, but when you've got 2 Dora, you don't complain. But yes, the hand's already over. Just a nice little closed Pinfu only, I believe.
Yes, just the Pinfu.
But they get to claim the reach stick for a happy little 2,000 points.
Shimoishi can be happy that there was no Riichi.
Yeah, exactly.
Would have been a relatively important difference to have dealt that directly into the third place team.
I think we were talking about this yesterday. Just, do you ever think, like, sort of, hey, what if I reached? What if I reached and got Ipatsu?
Absolutely.
Probably wouldn't have dealt in because they would have been more defending against you at that point. But like, what if that was Riichi Ipatsu? 2 extra hand. That could have been so important. What if I flipped Urador as well? No, we don't think about those things.
We try not to think about those things
until the end of the game.
Yeah, until after the game is ended.
Then you think about them.
And you open up the log or the VOD, as the case may be.
Ask the teammate sitting behind you. Hey,
did you think? Was this right? And then, as the teammate, you know the correct answer is, "Oh, I would have played it the same way." Mm-hmm. Whether or not that's actually correct.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened, but no, you think you made the right move at the time. Yeah.
Dealership has passed to DD Studio, Shimoishi.
Yeah, situation we had too many pairs. You could theoretically have kept the 5-pin, but it would have been less efficient. Guaranteed all simples, but less efficient.
3 so is natural here to keep your small hope of, I wouldn't say hope, but chance of pairs alive. She would plan to drop both of the floating tiles anyway, so just deciding which one to cut first. South Dora, a little bit tricky to incorporate into hands.
Yeah, have we seen any Souths get drawn by anyone yet? I think they're all in the wall somewhere. The door is shy today.
It would be quite awkward. The first person that does pull one in, except for maybe Misaki, her hand is a little bit awkward as it currently stands, so probably will be able to fit Adora right amongst the other awkward tiles.
Yeah, Misaki's hand almost looks like it wanted to be a 7 pairs hand, but we've cut some pairs already. It's probably not going to end that way. But the pairs keep getting drawn. That 1 pin, the 5 pin we got rid of. We'll see. We'll see.
5 pin now.
Obviously, you've made that decision, so commit to it. But still.
So Shimoishi early cut of the 6 pin. I love this play when you are not showing signs of strength before making the cut. So there's the early 9 pin in the pond. When you follow that up with a 6 pin immediately, it makes it look like 7 pin and 8 pin don't fit in the hand. However, in this particular instance, he's made 2 strong cuts in between. A 3-so, which would have been attached to the 1-so earlier, which gives some extra weight to that discard, as he draws and discards the Dora. And also the 4-mon, which is another central tile, adds, I don't know if this is the right way of saying it, but it adds weight to the discard in my mind. And so then when he cuts the 6 pin, it no longer feels like it wasn't attached to a shape. Rather, it feels like it still could have come from a 6-6-7, so you still have to worry about the 8 pin, or a 6-6-5, so you still have to worry about the 7 pin. Oh, door pair up for Sanada.
There we go. Yeah.
He was able to fit 1 into his hand, and now he's drawn a second. Potential value.
I say it's not their win rate, so they can pin through that if they want to.
Absolutely.
Try and stay very closed with Dora 2. I still think pin through Dora 2 on its own is probably not that exciting, but the option's there, especially if something happens and you're a little bit scared.
I suspect it would be Riichi door 2. Finally, a somewhat useful tile. I'll just confirm. Was floating the idea of a 5-so draw into Ipeiko, but we'll just confirm the 2 5-so wait without Ipeiko.
The last Dora can't be called, I don't think. So it's going to just go very peacefully away.
Ah, there it is. Ishanten now. Perfect Ishanten, looking for a 2-2-3 pin shape to be resolved.
Yeah, perfect Shanten's. It feels bad when one of your pairs or one of your potential pairs is twice cut at this point. But at the same time,
and there Yamawaki declining the perfect Ishanten. Chooses to cut 6 pin and then 8 pin. Sometimes that makes the 7 pin look a little safer. In this pond, it might not necessarily, but the 8 pin should be marginally safer later on in the hand. And perfect timing. There's the Riichi from Sanada. Yamawaki will be a little bit more confident cutting the 1 chance 8 pin than she would have been cutting the 6 pin against this Riichi.
I also love how I say like I don't like the 1 chance in the situation. Then you just draw the other pair, so it does pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you though. Yeah, but of course, it's worth it for that 1 draw sometimes. And when you pull in that draw, you look like a genius. Wow, 6-so, and Misaki might be able to play for this. And so Yeah, she will play the 8. Not necessarily convinced that the 1 will go through, despite the number of 2-so and 3-so that are visible.
By my count, I think there's only 2 tiles left for this reach. So even though it's exciting, even though it's got Dora 2, everyone's holding everything, and there's a pursuit reach.
5-8 Mon. 8 Mon gives Ipeiko. Now Misaki out.
Yeah, there are no 5s left. We see, I think, 2 of the 8. Oh, we see all the 8s. Oh, it's 0 tiles. So there's a very good chance this goes to exhaustive draw. Unless we're going to see a very lucky pull, I believe, of the 7 Mon.
With the Chun pair up, Misaki could have considered playing for the hand, but she has dropped both 1 Mon and 8 Mon. That's one too many tiles. Play too many tiles to play. She probably thinks she can get the 1 Mon through, but not the 8. So yeah, there's the 1.
I think 1, yeah, just recently got played, so going to be seeing a call to try and get to Tenpai. Not much time. Actually, wait.
At the very least,
No,
shift the high
change
take.
draw.
Yeah. And now
they're nowhere near Tenpai. Take it back.
Misaki will now have to make a discard. 5-so goes through. 2 players Tenpai.
That is effectively 3,000 points on the 2 players who didn't make it, so it's a very significant win here. Although maybe not quite as nice as the pin Fudora 2.
Leaving 2 sticks in the middle hurts a little bit. It's sort of a net gain of 500 or 2,000. But whoever wins the next hand is going to get a big bonus.
2,300 points.
Yamawaki will hope that everybody. She gets lucky as dealer. This is a big opportunity to jump into first place. I know in this sort of spot, I am very eager as I draw my starting 14. This looks promising.
This looks
a lot
pretty
of pairs.
Good. 2 triplets.
Yeah, 2 triplets in a pair. Wow.
And theoretically, if you're just happy to take the 2,300, you just go for all simples and call this.
I feel conflicted.
I don't think I would this early, at least. But I would definitely be considering it if the draws don't come.
Ishanten. Shimoishi already Ishanten from Hypai.
So I can't quite see what the Dora is. Oh, it's the 4. It's 4 bamboo. Okay. In that case, Dora 2 with that hand as well. Oh my.
4 pairs to accompany the 2-Mon triplet. Oh. It's so wide. That 4-4, 5-6-6 shape. If you draw the 5, so you have Ipeiko, but you don't really want that necessarily. You don't need it.
Yeah.
You can
4
draw.
6 would definitely do it.
Yeah, anything around that 3-6, 4-7. So we'll also give you a Tenpai. We'll confirm what tile is your pair. And if he does draw the 5, so he also has a triplet to trim down for to become his pair, so he doesn't end up with an awkward weight. It's just a beautiful shape for Shimoishi. And even if he draws the 3 or 6 so, the 3 so into Tenpai and is forced to sacrifice a door, I'm sure he'll be willing to do that.
Yeah, Shimoishi doesn't necessarily need to win huge here, right? They're already ahead. We're in the South round. It's not a huge cushion, but I think 1 door is more than good enough. Although they are running out of time, so everyone else just keeps getting good draws approaching Tenpai.
Okay, is Ishanten as well? Still the possibility to call down for Tanyao, but from Ishanten, you're even more inclined to want to get there closed.
Yeah, exactly. I usually have like a sort of I say to myself, okay, I'm going to give myself this long. If I get to this point in the game without having to draw on Tenpai, then I will consider being a little bit more aggressive and calling it.
Yeah, I think I do something a little similar, but I also maybe look more at the discards that others are making as my timer, rather than oh, there is Tenpai.
It's something you have to keep sort of readjusting as the game goes on. Yeah. And we do see a reach
3-6
for all simples. It's a good weight, exactly. Is the South going to get called here? Because I think that would be Tenpai. If it does get taken, we are going to see it. Okay.
Oh, challenge of the dealer.
So,
The one so
Dora wait? No, Sushi Trap.
Okay. The one so will create a Nakasuchi trap. But you don't expect the Forcer to come out anyway, even with a Nakasuchi.
Unfortunately for them, we know where 3 of the 2 of Bamboo are, so probably isn't likely to come out.
But again, if she does draw the 5 so, very tempting to just push.
Yeah, we are going to see a fold from Misaki. Just because you're in last place does not mean you have to give away more points.
There's the
and
Tenpai.
This is going to be a reach.
5, 8
5,
pin.
8 pin.
So many 5 pins held by the dealer. So many 8 pins.
8 pin was recently discarded, but we know where all the 5s are. We know where 3 of the 8 pins are. Unlikely to win. This could be disastrous. We'll see.
One so is safe against the first Riichi, the dealer Riichi. 3 so is Suji to the 6 so that came out, but I don't know how much you want to trust Suji here.
Yeah, Suji off the reach tile specifically is always a little bit scary.
And it makes a lot
do you know where 3 of the 3 so are? It's the door indicator, and we see 2 in the hand itself, so we know it's not a pair weight on it. We know it's not 5 4 5. We don't know it's not 2 4 though.
Oh, the 2 so. Somehow the final 2 so comes out, and Sanada looks like a genius for holding on to that Konchan weight.
South only, but with 4 Riichi sticks and 1 Honba. It's a very expensive South only.
It becomes a very nice total, and now Sanada's chasing first place down.
I'm all here for this all serious comeback in the very last final hour. Seeing them go from 34 points to 37, and then hopefully even more. We'll see. I love cheering for an underdog.
And Misaki now, our dealer, has fallen to 4th place only because she took a dealer Riichi and drew a bad tile.
Yeah.
But opens up with the Dora shape. Wow, this is fantastic for Sanada.
Very good first draw though for Shimoishi as well, filling in the 7-8 shape. Wow. See, this is the skill I want. I want to just be able to draw the tiles. You know.
Immediately pull a triplet in. Okay. Okay, another honor tile. This is reminiscent of my own draws.
Okay, finally, Sanada gets a tile that isn't completely amazing and useful.
Shimoishi continues to improve though. 7 so connects to the 8 so in hand.
This definitely seems like a battle between those 2 players for sure.
So you said 5?
3.
Yep.
Yeah, the 3. It's one of those things where I think 1-3-5 is more efficient, but when you've got that chance of 3 concealed triplets, I think maybe keeping the pair is actually really nice. I like basically what I was trying to say is I like what they've done here.
Good point. There's a very slight chance at Sanako. Oh, Itsu potentially brewing.
Yeah. Needing the 7, 8, and 2, so it's a little bit of a ways off, but
yeah, it's just too fast.
It's always possible. And yeah, this reach is going to shut that down, I think.
I'm not sure if Misaki could afford to stop, but the reach certainly make you pause.
Yeah, that's true. Like being able to attack while also defending is a tricky thing, but and sometimes you have to when you're behind in the south too. I've definitely felt that before, but I'm sure we all have. Another pair? But this reach is going to give you a bit of concern.
it's difficult for Shimoishi to play this hand or really defend this hand without cutting 6 mon. And cutting 6 mon forces the hand to fold almost.
That's fair. It's only one turn of safety though, which is the scary thing, right?
Yeah, he didn't have a lot to play with. 9-pin
I mean,
was
sometimes
a
one
pop.
turn of safety is all you need, but yeah, drawing door immediately afterwards really sort of cements your plan there. You've got to fold at that point. If you're Shimoishi, just I'm not playing this Dora. What do you mean? It is Suji safe though, I believe, because we've seen the 3 and the 9 pass.
Look, I'm not opposed to dropping Nakasuji Dora. I just don't do it very frequently. The punish, because
I agree.
it either deals in Unkanchan or more likely Tanki or Shabo. And if you're dealing in with a Shabo, a Dora Shabo,
Yeah, it's one of those things where it doesn't backfire often, but when it does backfire, it's bad. Exactly.
The thing here is it's pretty unlikely that it will deal into Kanchan because the Riichi was 8 pins. So if there's a 7 pin in hand, it should have been a 6-9 pin Diamond weight. So you're more likely to deal into Tanki or Shabo.
Yes.
But I still would not try it so easily.
And it does turn out the weight is around the 6. It's thankfully not the 6 this time. But it is very close. 4-7, of course.
Notably, Sanada had the choice to wait on 5-8 pin if he wanted to.
That's very true.
Of course,
do a bit of a count, of course.
Played it this way.
So yeah, the numbers are in, and it is one of each. There's 1-4 and 1-7 out there available.
When you take
sorry, go on.
What?
Honestly, it was not a huge chance of dealing in better, but it definitely possible. I didn't mean to interrupt.
There's the dealer chase. 3 bond. Wait. Once discarded by the Riichi player. Thrice held by Yamawaki. Ishishantam.
We could be seeing another pot building up here. I think this might just go to exhaustive draw with nobody taking the win.
Into row 3.
As you said, though, this could be really interesting if it becomes one of those games where it's decided by 4,300 points to the pot twice. Not necessarily value building, but just speed and efficiency and defense. Letting the pot build up while everyone takes those Riichis, and then swooping in to collect it afterwards.
Aokei showed some concern about the pay, but does end up playing it.
Yeah, it's only once cut. That definitely has backfired to people in the past.
Yeah, it's also first turn discard, which means there was still a lot of time for other players to have picked it up.
That's very true. It is very good though. If you are going to choose to wait on a, not quite tempai, if you are going to choose to wait on a pair weight, choosing a very early once cut on a tile is actually not a bad choice. It does work. It works against pros, I can confirm. But not this time.
T-pin will go through safely.
And once again, 2 players tempai. Going to be 1,100 points from each of the players not tempai to the players who are. And I do believe, no, not quite, by 100 points. The first place position has not been exchanged just yet. But Sanada, right there, are able for the final hour of all Sirius just getting a few wins in a row. I'm able for this. You're probably not going to complain too much, though. If they can finish top 2, it's going to be very good for their qualification chances.
East pair for
East pair and a South pair, too. Having 2 Yakuhai gives you plenty to work with and lets you call if you really want to.
Yeah, interesting.
I think I would really want to.
Interesting to
Fire
see
Misaki,
the way that she sorted her tiles here. Is very meticulous in doing so. The palm tiles are in the center of the hand.
I guess it means that no one doesn't. It's hard for people to tell exactly what else you might have, right? I suppose. Also, I do like Misaki's aggressive play here, opening up by cutting the 8-9.
Yeah,
it's an efficient shape, but also could be just purging a suit for trying to get a little bit more value when you're in last place and you want to try and make something happen in South 2.
I feel like all of these things combined together indicate that she was really thinking about playing for a flush in the hand somehow, but shapes.
I mean, you never know what the first 3 or 4 draws are going to be, right?
Right. It really
you never know what your first 3 draws.
You have to be very lucky in your first draws, but you cut 8-9 and you hope to pair up more honor tiles, and you might be able to commit after that. At this point,
yeah, it's very hard to force that, especially when you've got a 6-7 shape in the offsuit. But yeah, I do like the at least the giving it a room while not losing too much efficiency, because an 8-9 shape is still reasonably inefficient.
And now this hand has become, well, the shapes have become essentially confirmed. We'll hope to palm, well, draw into triplets of our Yakuhai, but if necessary, call our way down 2,000 points in the middle of the table as well as the home mob. Oh wow, big pinch fail.
That's gonna get called. The other thing to keep in mind is, of course, the door indicator is the south. So we know there's one less south out there, which might actually mean it comes out easier, perhaps, because people will draw it, hopefully, if it's there somewhere to be drawn, and see that there is at least one missing already.
That was a really interesting decision for Misaki. It was 4-6-8 mon, 6-7-7 pin, and then the south pair. She really hopes to call the south for extra value. But if you're going to hold the south as a call, you need your pair elsewhere. So do you cut the 6 pin immediately and give up the acceptance that the 6-7-7 pin would give you? Do you give up a mon tile and drop the acceptance that a Liangkan 4-6-8 mon will give you? Or do you just say, I'm not getting the south and play the 7 pin for a reasonable acceptance of your number tiles? She opted for the 4 mon, so preemptively setting up the Suji trap.
I do think it's good that if you're going to... Oh, interesting. We did see the 7 pin just get played. But I do think it's interesting if you're going to set up a Suji trap like that, doing it earlier. Oh, there's a south!
And it's going to be
almost immediately punished for keeping the west there.
It depends on if you call this a punish. This is going for the Mangan.
Oh. You know, I guess west is Dora.
Yeah, certainly if it wasn't Dora, she would not have held it. But with it being a Dora, she going for it all. And again, there was opportunity to pass the south there if she wanted to play the shapes that were in hand. But this is spicy. I like this.
And the other thing is, because we haven't seen anyone play them, that usually signals one or two things. Either someone has a pair, and you're never going to see that west again, or they're all in the wall, and there's a chance you just draw it the very next draw.
I do want to point out one more thing. North has not been discarded whatsoever. Of course, Yamawaki is holding a pair. But to the other two players, for all you know, Misaki is playing for Shosushi.
I mean, when you're behind, you sometimes will do those kinds of plays. Exactly.
She's saddled with a door at this point. Yeah, just cuts 8-7 mon.
There was a chance of that 7-8-9 Sanshoku, but nah. There's no reason to be taking those risks.
Yamawaki, less fear. We'll slam the Riichi Pihu.
Yamawaki's a lot to win, right? And Yamawaki does not have a dealership left, is the other very important thing to keep in mind.
Okay, here's the deal. So... Yamawaki is not allowed to win until the fourth Riichi stick enters the table.
Okay. Or just make it 4,300 again.
Exactly. I guess
Yeah,
Sanada will have
why
to get
not?
there because Shimoishi is already folding.
Yeah, Shimoishi has no reason to taking the risks here. Either the goal is not necessarily always first. Just being top 2 is perfectly good for Team DD Studio right now. Because it's one of these things where, like, because the gaps between places are 1 point for every gap. It's not like you have to really chase first place in this rule set. As long as you can just keep consistently getting good scores. We see the third of the Wests there. So 3 players with 1 West each. And unfortunately, well, the one player who doesn't just sumoed and flipped Uradora.
1326 becomes
very
1427 nice. With the 3 sticks as well. That's not a bad haul for Yamawaki.
Yeah, don't count Team Four Seasons out yet.
Oh,
I don't want to see the first full situation we were talking about for Team Four Seasons and Team DD Studio, but we could see at least a little bit of a catch up.
I forgot that Yamawaki's pair was the North, and she was in the North seat, therefore no Pinshu. It's 1,000, yes. 2,000.
Pinfo, I like to call it.
Pinfo.
Fake Pinfu. But it is still very nice. And puts Yamawaki within 8,000 points of first place.
Also,
which makes this South 3 and South 4 upcoming very interesting.
Yeah, the first place is really up for grabs. Misaki will have a lot of work to change any position here, but for the other players, a lot at stake.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit bad for Team Aokei and Misaki, but the other 3, anything could happen.
So I actually, I guess I didn't technically meet her, but I saw Misaki at the JPML studio. I was visiting on the day of Sankei Shimbun Cup. And I think Team Aokei was on the streaming table that day. And I believe Misaki was on the stream table. So I got to watch her on the TVs there, and also see her in the studio.
That's awesome. Actually, how did she do that day? Hopefully she won.
Is this piano?
Because yeah, so we always see you play at least twice in a row.
That's definitely piano.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. You know, that's a really good way to calm down, though. Like if you're sort of picturing a song in your head, and you got that muscle memory, that's really cool. I like that. Just take that moment to sort of take a breath, calm down. The other commentators are laughing, but no, I'm serious. I think it's good strategy.
I wonder if you could identify what song it is just by the hand placement.
I'm not good enough at piano to do that, but honestly, you might. Like if you sort of mapped it out to MIDI and then played it, it's based on like guessing where the positions are. Yeah, I could see that. It would take far more effort than I'm willing to put in, but I like the idea.
The players return from their temporary break. Sanada will be the dealer here. 100 points behind Shimoishi for first, but that gap easily.
Yeah, one hand can change that, especially as dealer.
I was hoping from this angle I could tell what the new Dora was, but I could not identify it. The glare looked too strong. What's Sozu? 7-so, the Dora. Sanada, no 7-so in hand. In fact, multiple awkward tiles in the hand. 1-4-7 pin, always a little bit of a challenging start. There's a 2-pin in hand, so we'll start with a 1-so instead.
Yeah. At least we can accept the Dora if we do draw it with that 4, 6, 8.
Oh, speaking of Dora,
you see 2 of them right here.
Wow.
A much better hand from Yamawaki. Aiming to take that first place, of course.
Oh, hello. He found the Dora.
Okay. 3 Dora spotted. and all of them are very usable.
This is another interesting spot where calling open for Tanya door 2. Sumo would be enough to put Yamawaki in first.
Yeah, and with Yamawaki not being last dealer, I think it's perfectly fine to just sneak ahead by a little bit. Because if you're first going to South 4 and you're not the dealer, then you're pretty much guaranteed top 2. Obviously, first you want to go for it under any circumstances, but being able to sort of confirm top 2 as long as they don't deal in is also a very nice feeling.
Sanada opening up with the Red Dragon, attempting to speed his way to a repeat.
Yeah, honestly, just get a position and then maybe think about what you're doing after that point.
Still
Even just scoring.
One more block necessary.
That's a really good fill for Misaki, but where's the value in Misaki's hand? We've got the door acceptance. We know where 3 of the door are, sadly.
Yeah, she does have the last one, so Riichi Dora 1, Riichi Pinfu maybe? Riichi Tanyao Dora 1?
Definitely.
Riichi Tanyao Sanshoku Dora 1.
Yeah, that would be a way of getting back into this game. It's a bit of an ask, but you never know. Another nice little upgrade there for Yamawaki.
I have nothing better to do in this spot than dream a little bit.
True.
And the
You
shapes
might as
are all
well
there for
give
it.
it a
You
go.
need 6-0, 7 pin, 7 mon.
And that's why we saw that one get cut from that 1-3-5 shape, because you got to go for that value. Got to find that value from somewhere.
8 mon. Well, interesting spot because cutting the 6 mon here.
We give up on the Sanshoku.
Yeah.
Okay, almost want to cut 3-5. Yeah, it doesn't feel right.
So
it's the kind of question. It's the kind of move that I would be.
Right? It goes back a shot 10 to cut this, but Misaki understands that her condition is to win with this value, so just gonna play for it.
Exactly. Definitely one of my weaknesses that I've got to get some more practice in is trying to figure out how to play from behind. When you sort of have a win condition and you know you need to get those points, it's not just necessarily about winning quickly, which is what I try and focus on most of the time. It's actually meeting that win con. I genuinely do need to practice that. I need to make some time for that. I'm making a note.
We will see.
We are going to see this get called by Sanada, which makes sense. They have their Yakihai called already.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. Okay. So you want to keep the 6 because you have that door acceptance. You don't know where any of the door are, and drawing a 7 doubles the value of your hand.
I think you're deciding between the 3 pin and the 7 pin to cut. If he draws the 4 pin, he'll be 3d10 in some worlds, but if he draws the 6 pin, he'll be fine. So plays for the 6 pin draw.
Exactly.
But he also has to decide if he wants to call anything, if he wants to call 5-so, if he wants to call 6 pin, and if so, what is he going to cut afterwards? And so I think that was probably what the majority of the thought there was.
Yes.
That is also a relatively efficient tiled keep. I don't think he can afford to cut the 6-so ever.
No. Yeah, I was about to say, it was just a question between whether you cut the 7 mon or the 7 pin there.
Right.
If you did cut 7 pin, it would have been called. Yeah, this is the situation where when you've called twice and your hand is kind of limited, you feel sort of pigeonholed into being a little bit more aggro. What do you? Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky because then you got a 3-so, you draw it, and you're like, is this safe? Am I about to make a huge mistake here?
Pull for Tempai.
7 pin will do it. And we do have that loose 7 pin in, I believe. Was it Shimoishi's hand? I'll just quickly check that again.
Shimoishi holding the 5557.
Yes, that loose 7 pin. But it's no longer loose. It's Tempai waiting on 7 pin.
Can you drop a So tile? 4 So. Doable.
Still lets you draw the door and use that for your 2-sided weight.
Small note.
While also staying Tempai.
I really appreciate Yamawaki calling the 2 So and revealing the 2 So's that were to the right. She had 3. She could have dropped down the left 2, the right 2, or like left 1 in the middle and picked 2 up separately. The gap in between. That was a little awkward, but she chose the ones on the right. And that means that the 2 So that was remaining, when you compare it to the gap that was created in the hand, was attached to the 6-8 pin. So it looks like there's a complete set below the 2 So. She'll find the Tsumo for the Tanya door too.
Yamawaki claiming just enough points. Actually, is it just enough points? Hang on. Need to calculate that gap again.
It would only be enough to overtake. Shimoishi eating 1,000 points. So 5,000 swing. By 500 points, Yamawaki in the lead. Can Shimoishi come back?
Can Sanada come back? It's still definitely possible for Team Sirius to take that first.
We mentioned this yesterday as well. If Shimoishi wins the hand, the game is not over. So honestly, what he is hoping for is that Misaki hits Yamawaki somehow.
It would have to be a big enough hand for Misaki to get out of last, though, which is a bit of an ask. We'll see, though. See, how's that start? Not that exciting, sadly.
A really important hand
here.
We'll see if
Misaki can manifest value somewhere.
And it's challenging for Misaki, especially because there are 3 players that are going for the fastest win possible, and she has to build for value. So her hand should be a little slower.
Yeah, that's the other thing about saying it's one of my weaknesses, like playing well behind. When you know everyone else is just like happy to just accept like a cheap win, or at least a much cheaper than what you need win.
Interestingly,
when you're a dealer, you can
Yamawaki with so many pin tiles, but she doesn't need a flush. She needs any tempai.
Yes. It's out of this hand. I guess we could be going for something very simple, like a. Well, maybe all symbols isn't good enough unless we see a Dora there, but.
Shimoishi with a huge 6-pin fail. He has the advantage now.
Exactly, they're getting the potential pure sequence, the 1 1 2 2 3 3 of bamboo.
Maybe even
there's some value building up in there. There's a path. It's not a nice path, but there is a path of value there for Misaki.
I think
potentially Yanpeiko would
exactly. I think that is her eyes are firmly fixed on that Yaku. And from the cheerleading stands, our eyes are too.
Yes, it's such a rare Yaku. I want to see it cheat. I want to see it win.
Big Dora draw.
Shimoishi won away already, though. With Dora 2, Shimoishi could close this out very quickly. Can call as well, I believe. It's all simples either way. So all simples Dora 2 or potentially all Dora 3 if we're lucky.
Ooh, now it's efficient to cut 6-7. No, he will continue straight forward.
Having the option to call is quite nice, although it is Dora and it's also the 6 of bamboo, which is obviously the Dora indicator, so we know there's one less out there.
Still, you expect to be able to see 5 So or 8 So a little more easily?
That's true. That's true. And to always be 2 sequences. And that 2 of bamboo does help. Accepts the 3, of course.
I feel like if he calls the 6 So or somehow the 7 So, he'd almost prefer to be on the 3 So weight Kanchan rather than the Shampoo.
I do believe we know where all the 6s and all the 7s are, so It will have to be 2 sequences if we're going to win with this. For Shimoishi. Huge shot there. I think that was a 4-pin.
Yes.
So I thought the 4-man. That was covering it for a while. Wait, is that a 6? No, it's a 9. Okay. Sorry, it's a little bit blurry on my hand. Oh. Okay. Committing to the 357. I think it's interesting because obviously you don't want to ever cut the 7, being the Dora. So we could see a situation where the 7 actually does get played if the 4's drawn. In this hand here. In the meantime, though, we do have Misaki. I think Misaki's 1 away from Suanko, I think.
She was holding the triplets for that potential.
I think she's got 2 triplets and 3 pairs. Or 2 triplets and 2 pairs?
You're right. So we shall 10. 4-mon, 6-mon.
So it's 2 away from the Suanko. But still, I wasn't paying attention to that until I suddenly was. Be very interesting to see if you can make that happen, Misaki. That would be an upset.
Yeah, it looks like there are 3 people playing for first, but there are 4. It is
out, yeah.
10. Tuso is held, so she'll need to find 4-mon and 6-mon. We see 1 6-mon here.
So Riichi Toi 3 concealed triplets isn't enough by itself, but obviously there's a chance of flipping Iridora.
4-mon and 6-mon are in the wall. There are 3 tiles in the wall. Assuming they haven't been discarded. I wasn't looking too closely at the discards. Yeah,
okay,
they're alive in the wall. There's Suanko chance.
It's there. Is it real? Could we see a Yakuman today? I would love to see it. It is always the case, though. When weird things happen, it's always in the final few rounds of a bracket, right? This is when the ominous, exciting, mystical stuff happens. As long as we don't count like Jen's Yakumans. Like, Jen just manages to pull Yakumans off screen quite often, but we are going to see though some calls here from Sanada, just trying to get that position back. Still don't have that door acceptance. It's just all simples only.
That call
I don't think it's quite good enough.
And the call gives Tenpai to Shimoishi, 607 so Shampoo weight. Oh, the 7 so. And if Misaki gets Suanko Tenpai, she will have to deal into 12,000 points.
That would be so sad. Oh no, I'm so sorry for you, Misaki.
Here is one of the 4-mon that she wanted. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I'm going to see a pawn here for Tenpai, which means that 7 is coming out. Oh, it's over. Well played, Misaki. Like, even just going for the 3 concealed triplets, I still think it's something, at least. Unfortunately, ended in the worst possible way. Team DD Studio, the game is not over, of course.
It does make things tough for Sanada and Yamawaki. And Misaki, if that chi didn't happen, she would have drawn into Tenpai. Suanko Tenpai. You can only wonder what would have happened. She also would not have gotten the 7 so. The Yamawaki would have drawn that.
That is honestly tragic when you think about it. Sometimes you just know, I guess. You know the right time to call. Well.
The 12,000 point gap now created, there is a little bit less hope for all Sirius to make it to first. However, there's a serious chance at second.
Yeah, the second place fight, even if we ignore the first place here, it's still very important for both teams. Obviously, being top 3, getting to the second round of playoffs straight away is going to be really good for Team 4 Seasons. But getting out of last for all serious.
Yamawaki.
Well, staying out of last. They're 3 points ahead right now, but
for 4 Seasons, looking for the Mangan symbol. Mangan symbol will still be enough for her to overcome the gap.
Yes. With Shimoishi being dealer, of course, makes them just a little bit more vulnerable. Although it looks like Sanada is happy just to go for a win big enough to get second here.
Yeah, it's one thing to attempt to get first. It's another thing to, while you're doing that, you're allowing time for Sanada to overcome them.
Yeah, I love how Shimoishi's still building like Itsu. Like Shimoishi's still just going for value, which I think is honestly fine in this situation. If you don't get it, you can fold and it's fine. If you do get the Itsu, then you get a huge win and your lead increases even more, right? So making the high risk, but also I can just fold this play.
Oh,
it's very interesting.
Just draw. Do we go full greed here? 5-0, 6-0? Giving up.
I mean, yeah.
It loses a little efficiency, but okay, might as well.
I mean, if things go wrong, we have white dragon, white dragon, white dragon to fold with. Not really a bad thing at all.
Yeah, the issue is that you already accept the four mon in the hand, and now you need it twice.
Yeah.
So it just gets to tempai less frequently.
There's a bit of an overlap there, yeah, that's true. But
and if he knew that Yamawaki is holding a Anko of 4-mon, I'm certain he would not have made that decision. But having cut the 2-mon, 3-mon early, it makes the 1-mon look really good. He can make that his final weight. Wow. Ishanten, better Ishanten for Sanada.
How many of those green dragons have we seen? I think that might still be alive, which means we might just see a swap to the flush as well as Itsu for Shimoishi. But this is going to be Senpai for Sanada.
3, 6 pin.
I believe it's just North only. We did not get to pull the Dora there with that 4-5-6 shape. But on a direct hit, unless I'm missing something.
I believe you're right. It just needs to be a direct 1,800 points the gap. 1,600 points the gap. Oh, there's a Homba.
That's true. The Homba does change things. Yeah, that's true.
So symbol will be enough to overcome the gap. Ooh, do we con for the draw? Do we con because we're scared for 4? Yes.
Is going to go for it.
It doesn't hurt her to con.
True.
If Sanada's hand increases in value, okay, and he wins, it doesn't matter. Any win from her perspective would get him over. Since he wouldn't be making these calls unless he had enough value to win.
So the new Dora is the one of characters. I think we've seen one discarded already. I'm just trying to think where the others are. Yeah, a lot of people want to draw the 1-man.
Yamawaki has discarded it twice. I don't think Sanada has none in his hand, so she didn't increase his value whatsoever.
Unless we see a reach, of course.
Hatsu is safe. It just came out. So we'll just continue to play straightforward.
Okay, side grade here, getting the acceptance of the 9 of bamboo, which has been cut a few times already, so not as good as it could be, but there's definitely a world where the 9 eventually comes out from this hand, though. Eventually.
Shanten. 6-mon goes through. Again, Sanada looking for 3-pin, 6-pin sumo or direct from Yamawaki.
Two-pin is not going to do it for anybody. But is it too dangerous to push from the lead? With this card on table, suddenly Shimoishi's got to think about defense a little bit more, right? Because you never know what value someone might just suddenly have stumbled onto.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't fear dealing into Sanada.
Yes, that's true.
Or Sozu, he cannot find a pin tile.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a bit of a look to see how many 3 and 6s we see.
Oh, Tenpai.
Oh, this is Tenpai?
It's also Suanko Ishanten. Shibodama. Tanyao. Door 2. Potential Ipeko on the Tuso. If she hits Shimoishi directly on the Tuso, it will be enough.
I think there's 3 tiles less than this 3-6 weight. Yeah, I was about to say, it is still Suanko Ishanten, of course, because the cam was closed. Of course, yes.
This is Tenpai,
My doubts
but
a second there.
Misaki will have to drop 3-6 pin. Sanada should not be able to roam. He will let it go. Also, Yamawaki did not pawn the 3-pin.
Yes.
Or Toy Toy Tanya Door 2 Among Us.
I think that's a bit greedy, personally. I would have been happy to take the Mangon Tenpai. All things considered.
Well, this still is good enough in certain worlds. I think this is tough because, I mean, of course, you can't deal into Sanada, and the up middle pins will look dangerous. She's holding 3 of the 7 pins. However, ultimately, I think she's just going to play it because if she's not Tenpai, Sanada certainly is going to be, and she'll lose based off of Gyukyo payments otherwise. So I think there's nothing to do here. I think the best play is just to be proactive and aim. Perhaps considering whether or not to Riichi at this point. Oh, will 3-pin because it just came out? But he passed
but that's going to be taken.
And that is going to change placements. Sanada, that's tricky. Pass win. He found the snipe that he was looking for. Jump into second place. And that's 2 points for Team All Serious.
Congratulations. Calculate. It's always tough, that sort of all last math, right? When you know you can roll on one person, but you can't. Yeah, it's tough. And it's also really tough to predict sometimes because obviously just because it was safe a turn ago, if you decided not to discard it on the very same turn, when you got that temporary furry turn, it's risky. It's tricky. Yeah, what a game! It's really exciting.
Pulling through for his team again. Another first place for Team DD Studio. Will the gap widen?
Can DD Studio even be stopped? I mean, I'm not sure at this point.
Well, let's find out. We do have results post game 3 of this session.
Let's see them. So DD Studio keeping that 4-point lead because Jankatsu Master also won their game.
Jankatsu Master also won, so still a 4-point gap, still a chance for someone to chase Team DD Studio down. But they've accomplished their goal. Also, notably, looking at the bottom of the division, although All Serious took 2 points for a second, so did Alban. So that
it's a 3-point gap, but only 2 games left.
That snipe actually really relevant here. Alban would have made ground without that past run. Well played.
Exactly. And yes, so something to keep in mind is if Alban do manage to catch up and it's a tie, the earned points in game will matter, and Alban have lost less points in game, but they've obviously lost more placements than All Serious. So if it is a tie, Alban will be ahead. So keeping those 3 points is very important. A bit of a shame for All Seasons, because speaking of ties, with that tie with number 9, with that only scoring 1 point today, they are now in 4th place and will have to play the first round of playoffs if they can't get a few more points in the next 2 matches that we'll be seeing right now, in fact. And I do believe I think we have a Jenn here with us for the next game.
It's possible we have a live Jenn.
Yes, we do.
Amazing. Hi.
I had 2 mutes on and I only undid one of them.
Oh.
I just wanted to mention about the system, if we could go back to the standings for 1 second.
Sure, let's do it. I'll also step away from the while you explain that.
So we have the A. It didn't go back to the standings on my screen.
It's working its way there.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you stepped away. All right. Okay, you can step away now. Okay, so first place will advance directly to the finals, the final table. There will be 3 more spots open for the final table, but first, 12 teams will play in round 1, and table A, B, and C are significant. From the table A, only first place. They'll play 3 games and only the first place team will advance to the second round of the playoffs. From table B, 2 teams. After 3 games, 2 teams will advance to the playoffs. And from table C, after 2 games, 3 teams will advance to the playoffs. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus second and third place in these standings will play in round 2 of the playoffs. And in round 2 of the playoffs, there will be 2 tables. And from table from each table, let's see. From table D, which will take 3rd place from table C, 1st place from table B, 2nd place from table B, and 1st place from table A. Those 4 teams will battle, and the top 2 players will advance to the 3rd round of the playoffs. From table E, which will take the 2nd place and 3rd place in these qualifiers, as well as 1st place from table C and 2nd place from table C. Only 1st place will advance to the actual playoffs, while 2nd and 3rd place will advance to the 3rd round of the playoff. Like the final table. The first place team will advance to the final table, while the 2nd and 3rd place teams will advance to the 3rd round of the playoffs. So, and then in the 3rd round of the playoffs, 1st and 2nd teams will advance to the finals.
Yeah, I think we need like a graphic for this, like diagrams.
We do.
We'll have.
The important thing to remember is that if you are in 4th through 7th place, 3 of those teams will advance to the 2nd round of the playoffs. So it really makes a difference if you're between 11th and 12th place and 7th and 8th place as well. I think it's not clear just from this that there's a difference between 7th and 8th place and 11th and 12th place. It's like, oh, they're all going to advance to the playoffs round 1. But the percentage chance that you have to advance to playoffs round 2 is much higher if you're in the higher ranks. So that's the important bit to remember. And we'll have graphics, I think. We'll need graphics for the November 20th playoff schedule. The playoffs will be on November 20th for round 1, and then round 2 and 3 of the playoffs will be on December 1st, while the final table will be on December 4th.
We'll have to look forward to winter finals.
Yeah, it's a long way away, but I think it will come up quick. We have a lot of Sankyosen Moon Cup to cover in the meantime. But we still have 2 more games to cover today as well.
Absolutely. All right, well, who do we have for our players for the 2nd game?
Okay, we even have a graphic that someone didn't remember to upload.
Okay,
Makoto Aratani from JPML in the East seat playing for the Kokushimusou Northland team. In the South Seat, new M-Leaguer Megumi Aikawa from Nihon Pro Mahjong Association playing for Little. In the West Seat, one more time, we'll see Geki Shimoishi from Nihon Pro Mahjong. Playing for DD Studio, of course, the current first place team. And in the North Seat, Haruka Kinoshita playing for City Plus. City Plus is one of those teams who I think is going to be trying to get between 11th and 12th place, aiming for 11th and not 12th.
All right, well, let's head straight into the penultimate game. Players are ready, and so are we.
I love any chance there's an opportunity to use word penultimate.
It is a fantastic word. I also enjoy seeing players from Kokushimusou cross Northland. That team name always makes me hope that they start with terminals and honors. I wonder if any of the members of their team have actually won Kokushi in this tournament.
You know who did win Kokushi in the Sankei Moon Cup in the second session?
Indeed. You should have. They should have gotten you to join Team Kokushimusou.
I have 2 videos and 1 photo of winning Kokushimusou in like pro tournaments or broadcast tournaments.
At this point, that's your like go-to Yakuman.
It is, I think. I got it. Because Koshino just happened to be like covering, and he just happened to have his camera ready when I won last time. And then when I was in Taiwan and we were doing the Reach competition, I got Kokushimusou winning on West, yay! And then also when we were filming at the dojo, for some reason I happened to get Kokushi and Garth was filming, so I have that in the opening of our JPML shorts like theme song.
Well, getting into this game, Aratani, our dealer, for Mondora. You see Kinoshita really looking strong here. Ishanten with a super wide shape. Would like to draw any tile from 5 through 9 so for Tenpai, although actually maybe not the 7 so, but any other tile. Be really pleased about. Shimoishi always seems to be pretty close to Tenpai by the end of row 1.
And with 2 Dora locks them in right there.
Ishanten probably a shampoo weight, but with 2 Dora, I can't complain too much about that. Tanya shift for Aratani here.
Shimoishi might end up in a Shabo, but has also kept that 455 Nakabukure, the bulging shape, for a possible weight upgrade, and might end up discarding those 2 dots, 1 dots.
Yeah, indeed. It might be consideration to just open the hand if you see 3-6 pin or 4-7 pin come out. Would you chi or Tiny Door 2 in this spot?
I think he can afford to. His team is far in first place right now. Wait. Oh yeah, Shimoishi, right? Yes. So he can afford to just try and move the dealership as quickly as possible through this game, I think.
Tenpai found, declined. As you said, gonna go 1 pin, 1 pin. Look for a better weight.
Yeah, and I think it's actually, it looks like a long cut, but I think it's actually more of a shortcut, because the Shabo weight with one side being the Dora is really rough.
And the 1 pin, the side that you're expecting to win on, is once cut already. We will see a Riichi from Kinoshita. Second is Tenpai, technically speaking, but first to Riichi. And I think she would have chased even if Shimoishi took the Riichi.
Yeah, that was an insta reach.
1 mon, 4 mon, the weight. 1 mon gives Ipe code. 4 mon is the Dora, so same value other side. Shimoishi not afraid to play the Dora Suji 7 mon there.
Aratani staying with the 6 bamboo. If one passes, they'll both pass.
Not quite the tempo you were hoping for.
Yeah, I think that's worse than the 1 dot weight, but he will reach.
I just believe he's out of time. Well, the 7 so is Suji now, but Aikawa, no need to play this hand. Ah, the 3 pin. He did 1 more turn of patience. There's the cheat. 4 tempai.
Lots of aggressive play on this table. We're getting towards the end. Kokushimusou also one of those teams that has been in the bottom 5 for pretty much the entirety of this series.
Kinoshita looking for a 1 mon. No more door left. There should be a single 1 mon, I believe, left in the wall. Was that twice cut? If it was twice cut, then there are 0 left in the wall. Oh, but that's small. She finds it.
Wow, guess it was better than the 1 dot.
Small Dora 2 will be the Mangan for Shimoishi. And once again, DD Studio comes out in the lead. Aikawa mentioned joining M League recently. Recent addition
Yes,
to the Jets.
she was on the list that everyone was like, she's gonna be chosen. There were a lot of rumors going around of who would be the next M Leaguers, especially with a new team in. They would need 4 new members, of course. And there were a few other teams who dropped members, so there were quite a few drafts this year compared to previous years.
Well, they were spot on. And to see what she could pull together on her dealership, 6 mon Dora. None held in hand, but that floats a 7 mon. So very easy to incorporate. Similarly, she can use the Dora when he draws it. 1 in hand for Kinoshita, who is already Ishanten. 4-5-5 so, and the 7-9 pin to complete. That's another Dora adjacent tile. With 2 pairs in hand, so you can cut your 1-3 pin, cut the floating 7 so, or cut one of your pairs. It will be the floater. 8 mon, a slightly better connector to a 7 mon floater. Still allows you to use the door if you draw it, but you get the bonus 9 mon draw as well. Or just draw the Dora, says Aikawa. Don't need to float Yaman when you can just pull in the tile you really want. Is it going to be 3 pin, 1 pin? What is he? The pair cut. It is pair cut, so that implies Riichi is the plan. And Riichi is always the plan, but his forces. Maybe potentially Piyu as well if she can find the 2 pin. We can see where 3 of those tiles are, and Aratani plays out the 2 pin with a plan of a flush. Suddenly that 1-3 pin looking a lot worse.
Aikawa also playing for the Ikkyu team this year on the Sankei Shimbun Sha Cup. Sankei Shimbun Cup, we're calling it in English. Keep mixing that up. Japanese Sankei Shimbun Shahai.
I'm glad you mix it up because I've been wondering for a while now what use the word instead of sorry, what word they use instead of cup.
Well, hai is cup. So the sha part of it is like company.
Look at that
Sankei
smile.
Shimbun Sha.
You finally get your excuse to cut away from the 2-pin. It's come out 3 times and you draw the last one. It's so unfortunate. She will hold the dama, Pinshu dama.
The backfire you expect, but you cannot avoid.
And now the 7 is even back. Well, do we cut 2-pin, 3-pin and say we want Sanchoku? I would do it. I'm that crazy. I call it less crazy. I'll just hold the Pinshu Furiten dama. Although all the 1-pins are gone.
All the 4s are in Shimoishi's hand.
Yeah, this is a bit of a pickle here. 3 so.
And now she's going to Furiten Reach.
Sumogiri Hiriten Reach. I don't know how this table is going to, what they're going to make of that. It's the sort of thing that happens when a player is just waiting for an improvement of some sort and finally gives up, but I don't know that you reach Hiriten on that.
It's hard for her to figure out which improvement she was waiting for at that point.
That one. That tile exactly.
Yeah, well...
This is the template.
Wouldn't have come if she didn't reach, though.
Of course not. Of course not. Yeah, of course, Aratani out the hand. Not playable. And we will be waiting a while unless I think Kinoshita was the only player that had a good chance of fighting. Played the 2 so first, 1 so to follow perhaps. If Aratani gets to Chitoi, maybe there's hope. The 3 so. Riichi would have won. It's so hard to jam the 5-mon there. Wow, a pair of Dora. So Ishanten for Aratani, very interesting position with Chitoi Dora too. Ishanten as well for Shimoishi. 1-mon. So these so tiles are coming too late. Oh, she finds it the last 4-pin.
Wow.
And an Ura as well. Riichi, Tsumo, Pifu, Tanya, Dora, Ura. And that is all of the marbles.
Wow. Talent.
Just pulling.
6,000 all.
The Sumogiri, Furiten, half dead Pinfu that had an 3 of the tiles awkward up in another player's hand. That is this is why she's on M League.
Yeah, so in pro matches like this, you don't like, in casual games, someone like Shimoishi or in his position might just kind of, oh, this is Kokushi for sure. Might just show that they had 3 of those tiles.
Yeah.
You don't do that in pro matches, but sometimes you might just like accidentally knock those ones over face up while you're pushing the other tiles into the middle of the table.
Right. And the tiles are all going into the mid table anyway, so if those happen to fall face up,
Oh.
that's the sort of thing where, it's a bit bad manners to show, hey, I had your weight when the player doesn't win. But when they do win, I think it's less bad manners, even though it still gets a little bit of that vibe. So I wouldn't mind if someone did that. It just makes me feel better about winning. Somewhere to show me that they had an uncle of my weight and I still got it. Shimoishi with a 1-so pawn aiming for Chinitsu. He's gonna reveal. Okay, it's not Mansu. Which is actually a little bit of an interesting decision to wait until that moment. He could have continued cutting the 8-pin and disguised it. Oh, I guess it's not disguising. He's already called the 1-so. So just at this point, looking for the safest tiles, and the 8-pin's going to be safer than the 5-mon and the 6-mon.
I would definitely be committed to that Kokushi same as Aikawa, even though she's Team Little and not Team Kokushimusou Northland.
Maybe that's how it works. You might not win it for your team, but you like encourage Kokushi to happen around the board. Oh, interesting. So you don't really want to have a flush, like half flush seems too cheap or Shimoishi, but if he gets Toy alongside, that could be promising value.
Shimoishi is threatened by Little. It's fine if Little gets first and DD Studio gets second. Half flush seems like it'd be good enough.
Yeah, I think there's no way. Yeah. Only one game remains after this. I believe the other team was Jankatsu Master. So I wonder if you can have a spotter, like watch the other tables and tell you how your opposition is doing. There's the pawn into Ishantem. The Toy is live. Aikawa will have trouble dropping these so tiles, 2-so and 6-so. Both tiles that she is looking to pawn. Of course, from her perspective, it could easily be cheat. So she's been cutting all of the non-so tiles towards this Kokushi. If she makes one step of progress forward, it'll be tempting to drop one, but you're really expecting that if they're not tempai already, they will call the 2-so or 6-so into tempai, and then you won't be able to play the next tile out. So that you really want to allow them to advance. Maybe it's just time to give up. Well, there's that step forward. It feels... Shanten, is this just 2? Yeah, let's start with a 1. Just delay as long as possible.
It's 2, she just had room to discard 1 terminal honor to stay 2 away. And now if she wants to advance, she's gonna have to discard 1 of the middle tiles. 1 of the middle Sozu. Of course, 1 will be pawned and the other will deal in.
And that's 3 so tiles to try to pass. I think that's not too many. I call it out.
Yeah,
Shimoishi.
just getting more Sozu.
Kinoshita having trouble pushing the West and the Green Dragon. Green Dragon paired up on Aratani's hand, but of course, you sort of expect it to be in the hand of the player who has the flush. Green Dragon Dora as well. And wow, it just comes out. Palm. Aratani says, hang on a second. I like this tile, and I'm not willing to jam the 7 so just yet, but I will. My Dora 3 hand. Ishanta now for Kinoshita, who's allowed to drop the Dora. Tempai, 7 mon for so. Two pin goes through, 2 tiles remain. 1 final draw for Aratani.
Just discard safely. Aratani keeps Tempai.
He'll be the only player Tempai. Aikawa gets to see that, yes, indeed, 2 so 6 so would have been called. Well, and then Roan. Dealership advances to Shimoishi. These initial draws not terribly promising. Looks like it will take a little while for that hand to hit Tempai. But it has great floating tiles, so most draws will be useful. Opens up with an Akko 1 mon to our 7 mon. Aratani floating an 8 mon connector. 1 held by Aikawa. It was actually 2 away from Tempai, right from Hypai, but the shapes have leave a lot to be desired. Aratani 2 so potential pair in the hand. And immediate 5 pin, I call it value, is potentially pairing up the north, once cut north, over holding the 4-5-5 shape. She really wants to find a better block than what she currently has from this position, where she has all the shapes, just some of them are bad. Now Ishanten. Still looking to improve around that 2 mon. Two away from Tempai for Aratani now. There it is. There's the 3 mon. So she has to choose 8 pin, 9 pin cut. Yes.
Is she looking for that double east? I think.
I had a game in Roddle today where I couldn't not win every time I had the double east pair. I won like 3 hands in a row with double east.
Wow, I wish I knew what that felt like. I feel like I used to. I don't know what happened, but I don't know what that feels like anymore.
Oh, look at this. Another pair for Kinoshita. It is Chitoi Shoten. One of those hands, I had Ipeko. East was my pair, and I had a 4-6 Kanchan weight. So I stayed Dama. East came out. I pulled into Tonki Tenpai on the 6-so, planning to switch to a terminal or honor for Chanta alongside double East. But when I cut the 4-so, it got pulled to the right, and the 6-so came out immediately, and I was forced to take 29.
Happy accidents.
Happy accidents. I'd wondered if I was supposed to pass the road and try to find Chata anyway, but I'm not
I
gonna.
don't think when you're a dealer you're ever supposed to pass wrong.
Probably not. I was already up by 12,000 points, so I considered maybe getting greedy, but at that point you're probably supposed to not be greedy.
Which is
Ooh, this still allows you to play towards a normal hand. It's still 6-pin.
And the green dragon has not been cut yet. Is it Shunpai? It might have played a role in her decision as well.
I call with Dora 2. Ah, if only Kansei Chito was a thing. Mon. Just gonna come out here. If we knew that the Rinchan tile was the 6-0, I would con. That's about the only way I would play. Wow, and that's a
What
Tenpai.
if it was like the 7?
I might also con that.
What if
We'll see a Chi of the 2-so. So the plan is clear now. It's not Tanyao. It is the Yakuhai. Also a Dama from Aikawa, who already has Sanchoku as her Yaku. Sanchoku Dora 3.
the double Yakuhai?
Tani, perhaps understanding now that this East can never leave the hand. Maybe he was hoping before that it could. Certainly cannot now. Oh my goodness. This is Tenpai, but I'm not convinced we're going to see a reach. And you mentioned Hatsu Shonpai. That is another Yakuhai potential. She'll play for the Suanko, and if she gets Tenpai, then we'll see the Hatsu. It's a 50-50 though.
50-50, she either get it or she won't. Two choices, 50-50.
50-50 on which Yakuhai Shimoishi is aiming for. Pull into Tenpai.
There's still a possibility of Sananko. She's running out of time, so she wants the Tenpai for
Oh, but that's
the possible exhaustive draw.
This is huge. Another
Aikawa,
Hanuman.
unstoppable.
And I think this might be finally the end of the DD Studio first place run. I feel like every game they've gotten a first. Nothing to be done about that hand if you are Shimoishi. Second place still for DD Studio, and Kinoshita will have the dealer turn.
Kinoshita may be feeling a bit perplexed. She's had some good hands and just gets drawn out on every time by Aikawa.
Two pair to open up. No Dora. It's hard to use one pin. Aratani. His hands seem to have looked like this a lot. It's kind of okay, but not really serious contenders for value. His best hand was the dealership in East 1. Door 2 and Tanya. Well, maybe Chitoi is the route. 7 so. Kind of have too many shapes. Which way do we want to resolve them?
Yeah, 4 pairs though. Gotta think about that hand.
The hand that shall not be
But
named.
they're all open-ended. Yeah. So it goes for the horizontal expansion. I
Ooh,
approve.
I thought he's made up his mind. This is a flush. Interesting. I'm gonna have to take another look at Aikawa's hand. I believe the call was in the Sozu. We will see Pon, and this most of the time gives up the Dora. Will it come sooner or later? Sooner, the
That's what
one
she's
thing.
saying. Sooner or later, sooner or later, sooner. It was, yeah, with a 3 bam. I can only see the 3. Was it a chi?
I was trying to figure that out as well. I could only see the 3. Another step forward. Aratani.
You have my poor man's replay
Yeah,
all
I'm sure it
set
was a
up.
chi. There's no way that she has a 3 so in her discards afterwards if it's the Pon, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
they also 3 so in Shimoishi's hand, so definitely a chi. We
So
have
the one,
solved
two,
the
three.
case.
It was just so early and so quick.
Right? Aikawa though with 2 Yaku high chances. Definitely could afford to make any sort of call. One, two, three,
Yeah,
chi.
it was Aratani's very first discard 2 bam cheat for the 1, 2, 3.
That is a fantastic draw, Ishontem. And this is about what I expect from a hand such as Kinoshita's. You have too many good shapes and you never draw them. This offers a route to cut another pair, but I don't. Do you want to cut 5 so or 4 pin 6 pin? Be 4 6 could also go 5 pin 5 pin.
I don't know. I like that Manzu Kanchan shape.
With the idea of maybe switching, like drawing more pin tiles. I think
Yeah,
I go 5 pin
but
5 pin a lot of times, but
I think that you should just play exactly how Shimoishi plays all the
hey,
time.
honestly, the way that he and his team have been doing, watch and
No,
learn
he just
apparently.
drew that 8 exactly, and now he's tempai waiting for the 1, 4. How do you draw that 8? I don't ever draw that 8.
Yeah, especially when another player is going for a flush in that suit.
And it's Sumogiri reach.
Ooh, well then, Kuhaku. I think it was once cut.
Yeah, right there. And Shimoishi's discard exactly, so
Oh, but it comes
not a
out too
smart
late.
cat. Yeah, but it was Genbutsu and he had 2 of them. Not much thinking required for that discard.
Yeah, the upper Monza looks super suspicious. Now it turns out he's already completed everything he needs in the upper Monza. Not the easiest spot for Aikawa here. We'll see a call for Tenpai Tusou. Eitsu was the Riichi tile, but a couple have come out, and the Daiso passes. The way the players are pushing, Kinoshita might be worried that she ends up being the only player Noten at Ryukyoku. That's not good. Tenpai, can you afford to do anything other than push? Besides, not, and we will see the poem from Aikawa.
7 dot for Tenpai. Where are all these 1s and 4s?
Yeah, it does feel like
No,
there
Aikawa
are.
called with one of them.
Oh, we found
There's
one.
one.
And it will
There
come
it
out.
is. Oh, she was just committed. But that's decently
Ipekogura.
sand.
Nice Uda find for Shimoishi. Does reduce the gap to only a mere 21,400 points. I seem to remember Team DD Studio picking up
1,400, right? Did you say 21?
from Aikawa.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. The
21,000. I was thinking 2001. I don't know what I was thinking. 2,400 for some reason in my head.
Well, I'm thinking of 24,000 actually. I'm remembering
Yeah,
a
I
Paimon
know.
from yesterday's stream for DD Studio. That is one way to pick up the gap.
I just lost a few brain cells with my fever yesterday. I had a pretty high fever. Really high for me personally, because I don't get fevers usually, but probably lost a few brain cells.
Glad to hear you're well enough to hop on the stream today. We have moved into the south round. That means Aratani back on the dealership. 4 Mon is the Dora. Pair for Shimoishi. We'll have a call. Chun pulling for the dealer. And advancement still. So looking for one more block. It'll be interesting to see, given that he's already open. If we Daiming Con the 1 pin. That's always a fun Dora flip. Oh, draw it yourself.
Oh, yeah, I don't need to Daiming Con.
Ankon's worth more foo anyway.
The pros don't do Daiming Con. They just draw it themselves.
I think, yeah, exactly. Just draw it yourself. Or 5 Manjo attached to the Dora. This allows Ipeko potentially. Also, if he's thinking about Tanyo, yeah, 9 pin is an option. Tanyo, always an option in my book.
Yeah, is a much more welcome option than all pairs.
Is that a 2 Mon?
In my book. It's the 3 called with the 2/4. And was not shy about taking it out of the hand and showing that it has other tiles within that range.
You'll see the 9 deal in Chun only.
See, he didn't even Daimingon.
No
That
Ankon?
wait, I'm
The
sorry,
3-pin
Ankon.
came out,
That
unfortunately.
yeah, and
I
he
guess we were
cheat. He
supposed to
didn't even
pass
Ankon.
the chi, huh? Who needs Tempai when you have a chance to con? Honestly, the real play was just to con immediately, right? Draw the 2-pin out of the wall, and then you're in the same
What
spot, but
else?
with all the food.
What else could you possibly do?
I can't
I
think of it.
guess you
Win
could cheat.
2,000 points? Surely not.
Yeah.
Well, 2 Dora in the opening hand for Aratani in his repeat. So an excellent draw. Aikawa looking pretty strong here as well. She'd love to connect something to that 4-mon. And outside of that, needs one more block, and she has a Pinhu Tanyo, potentially, with Dora. Oh, make that 3 Dora. Okay, forget the hope of Aikawa finding the Tanyo and the Dora. And Aratani makes something big out of this dealership before Aikawa gets to Tenpai. Also, Shimoishi making great strides towards a Tanyo. Ishanten though. Is that a 6? Interesting spot here. Usually this sort of wing type shape works better when you've got a diamond on the upper end, but this 8-9 Penshan makes it weak. Still, it is Ishanten. Tenpai Ishanten.
Just thinking, I don't think that Kokushimusou team. So Kokushimusou team does have a shot still at getting up into 11th place, like we're talking about. And real partner. Oh, we're looking at City Plus. Okay. They're not in danger at all of dropping down into 16th place because there's a 8-point gap. So unless they chombo, then they won't drop down into 16th place.
Here's the Tenpai with Tanya, and we'll see the Riichi. No Sanchoku here, so Riichi, Tanya, Pinhu, Shimoishi making a move. Dealer draws
so
the
Aratani,
ideal. Riichi Dora 3.
Yeah, Aratani wants to push, and a last place is not really detrimental to the team, but a first place could be massive to get on table B instead of table A.
So no go good. 6-9. So for Aratani. I hit Ipatsu.
And Little is in the same position to get up into 7th place and try and get on table C instead of table B. City Plus in the same position as Little right now as well.
It is Sozu, the danger suit. In this head-to-head, both players have reasonably strong weights, but it's a matter of which tile the wall gives first. Nines has been cut 3 times. Oh, but the 6-0. Not many tiles of this weight, but Aratani will find it as the dealer too. It's going to be 12,000 points directly from Shimoishi. Aratani taking over second in this game.
Wow, it's huge.
Shimoishi first to Tenpai, taking
Huge
to Riichi,
score.
gets chased down by the dealer with Dora 3. Nothing to be done there, but to build your next hand. 17,000 points the gap to Aikawa, so dealer Hanuman.
Shimoishi's team also not in that much danger of dropping down out of first place. Little bit. 4-point difference from Jankatsu Master, but what are the odds that Jankatsu Master are going to get first place 2 games in a row?
Yeah, they have so far. I mean, it's been the last game, the first place by DD Studio was matched, so
yeah, so I mean they'd have to get 3 in a row, which is an even lower chance than
right?
2 in a row.
Surely that would never happen.
Never.
If it does, though, I would like to see DD Studio and Jankatsu Master on the same table for the final game. That would be cool.
I mean, won't they be? Were they on the same table yesterday?
I don't. Jankatsu Master, I don't think so.
So that means they would be on the same table next game.
Ah.
They will be on the same table next game. So
Very good.
we might have that excitement.
We have as long as Jankatsu Master picks up at least 2 points, if the positions in this game stay the same, then there'll be something to be said about exciting final last game. Shimoishi marching onto a tenpai, Shantan. And tenpai immediately slamming the shampoo weight haku and 4-pin. That 3-pin offered a Yaman chance, but you're not sad to end up on a shampoo weight that incorporates a Yakoi potentially. And there's another draw towards tenpai, but a little too tough for Aratani to play for it. Aikawa as well, likely to fold. Haku is once held by Aikawa, and he's been discarding a lot of central tiles, making it easier to fold. There's one of the 4-pins. So I have to leave 2 tiles in the wall for this weight. Ooh, that's a fill. Can Kinoshita play for this hand? Starts with the 1-pin Ishantem with Pinhu. She does not want to let Shimoishi win this hand. Two pin that go through as well. Suchi to the 5 that came out earlier. And there it is. There's the tenpai. We're going to see the slam. 4-7 so for Riichi Pinhu. Kinoshita taking the fight directly. It's a 3rd and 4th place battle. Advantage perhaps to Kinoshita. I haven't really counted the 4-7 so, but it seems like the 7 so is an excellent weight. So many 6 so and 8 so and 9 so haven't come out.
There's one of each in Aratani's hands and one in Aikawa's. I don't really see any others.
Big chance. 3 so is a miss.
So good.
She's drawn 2 so tiles after the Riichi.
Yeah, if you're backrating that Sanzo has the 2 legs on there, you might think it definitely could be the 4.
Oh, finds it. The very next draw, nothing but Sozu, and eventually hits Ura. Hits one of those.
Sumo Ura. 13, 26.
15.
2 continuances.
And the 6 as well. This is a very big deal. Now, Team DD Studio in last place.
And with all the continuances reach 6, it's basically like a manga on hand.
So, for Team Jankatsu Master at another table somewhere, there's a big opportunity to make up ground. But Aikawa will be our dealer in South 2. 6-pin Dora. Lovely set of tiles. That's 2 hands now where Shimoishi's been the first to tempai and has not won. Fortunately for him, this time he didn't deal in. Ooh, make that a triplet of the 2-so. This hand's starting to come together a little bit. But the weak shapes is filled. Matsu, no-go. Tumon. If we were thinking about the 1-2-3 Sanchoku, now it's starting to lose some effectiveness. Yes, you have to start making sacrifices elsewhere to play for it. That dream might be dead now. 2 pairs in the hand. 8-pin and 7-mon are floating. Place the 2-mon first. Interesting. Not going to accept that many pairs. Wants to find a better shape. Oh, it might end up with Sanchoku anyway. Showing us that you never give up on the dream. Kupon Aratani. Willing to play for a 1,000 point hand. Second place, good enough for the team, perhaps. 5-mon into Ishantem. 4-pin, trying to make use of the Dora. Speaking of which, 1 held, and she'll go so far as to cut 9-pin, 9-pin. Kinoshita gets to tempai. Takes the 3-sided weight, 2-5-8 pin. With the Dora as well. Call it dealer now folds. At 50,000 points, where only placement matters. Absolutely no reason to involve yourself in this hand. Shimoishi more likely to take a challenge. And he does, immediately dealing in. Riichi Ipatsu Tora. I can't remember if that was an Uda. My brain was about to say yes, then I realized I didn't really look. But yes, it was Uda for Kinoshita. Yeah. And it will be a manga on Shimoishi. Really down in last place now. Still, a dealership remains for him. Nice set of tiles for Kinoshita here. Maybe a hand that can get more pairs and triplets. We saw Suanko Ishanten in the previous game. It was 1 call off of being Suanko Tempai. That call not only disturbed the draw, but also forced Misaki to draw a tile that dealt in later. Team
It feels
Aokei.
like Kinoshita is finally getting paid off for the. I feel like last session too, maybe we saw her get a lot of really good hands that she just could not win with, and feels like she's finally getting paid off for those. And at the beginning of the first half of this game as well.
Kinoshita was doing the interviewing at WRC, right?
She was, yes.
Nice to see her actually playing.
Yeah, she did for Abima, I think. She was
Mhm.
doing the interviews for Abima's channel.
And she has a chance to take over second place. It's 29-6. Marginal gap here against Aratani. And Ishantam. Wonder what the play here is. 5-pin back or 7-pin? It will be 7-pin. Looks like Aratani is way behind in this hand. Draw's not coming his way. Triplet now. She might have something to say about this.
I really like this triple and a pair, and the pair is on the outside of it. You have a lot of blockers for those particular sets, but then also it feels like the outside tiles as twos and the one are gonna feel a lot safer if you end up having to bail.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it's always fantastic when you get to con the threes and make the 2 pins look really safe. Ooh, pair still. Do we need all these pairs? Maybe you can consider playing for the Ipeko and preemptively cutting the 3-pin. Or just 1-pin play with Tanya in mind.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
I like that better. Much easier to call.
Yeah, as dealer, when you're behind and you really want to maintain dealership.
And there's a pawn.
And
Yeah, there's a
5-pin.
pawn, and
So this is greed.
I think it's locking in the tiles that you can pawn, and then kind of keeping that double kanton, the double gutty shape.
That's
Just a little bit easier to call. More places you can call from.
yeah, that's always an interesting aspect. You want to hold the shape that you can call from any player at the table, or hold the shape that has more tiles to call, but you can only call from the left. Yeah, this was a pretty cool play from Kinoshita, dropping the 5-pin preemptively. She knows she's going to play for the Sanchoku. It's just locking in those shapes. At this point, her plan is very clear, so just deciding which tile is going to be less dangerous later on. Actually, just
It's
doesn't like,
folding.
yeah, doesn't like, I guess, what Shimoishi is showing. Aikawa now posing a threat,
Yeah, Aikawa not spooked.
and not with holding 3 of the Dora. There's a Tempai.
She's like, I'll see your Tanyao, and I will also go Tanyao. Oh,
And my Tanya's worth a
filled
bit more.
in.
Yeah, this is
Backfire for Kinoshita.
Tempai on the 6-mar.
Senpai.
Shimoishi also filling the
Of
6-mar
course.
recently for the Tempai. I feel like once you make that 8-so cut, you've already decided that filling the Mon tile is not a backfire anymore.
I would feel like it's a backfire.
I think there's like Oh, sumo. Wow. Swapped over to the multi-sided weight and finds the Mangan sumo. So Aikawa looks like she will be clear to take the first place here. Just needs to get through one more dealership. And her lead is
It's
only extended.
unstoppable right now.
Kinoshita now 27-6 has an easy mark of getting past Aratani and not a real threat from Shimoishi at this point. And so that means she can play very freely. This is not a hype I'm particularly thrilled to see. Getting around the table, Aikawa with 2 Dora and a callable Haku. Shimoishi as well. Yakuhai pair that he cannot call.
Aikawa's hand's gonna end up being a flush.
She tries the Haku herself.
Maybe not. She's discarding the honor tiles, but it's the non-bamboos that are left are not great shapes right now. We'll see if they evolve into better shapes.
That's seems like a common way to play when you don't need to win the hand, is just force a flush and see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like as we get older, like the over 40s, go for flushes a lot because we're just tired.
When you play like for perfect efficiency, it is tiring because you have to like make guesses at what's in the wall based off what other people are discarding. When you go for a flush, it's easy. You just start discarding 2 suits with all your honor tiles. You still have to make decisions later in the game, but
yeah, you have to make fewer and fewer decisions, but yeah, also your hand is often going to be at least 5,200 in Mangan a lot of times as well.
Flush, the perfect hand for players that don't want to make decisions like me.
It's like there's a lady who has the Instagram account now. She says, "We just don't care." And she has a list of things that women in their mid to late 40s or mid 40s to probably late 50s just don't care about anymore. And I think we don't care that you can see that our calls are flushes. It's easy hand to go for.
We have nothing to hide, and if you care about it, then you'll fold.
Yes.
Which is also totally fine. Okay, well that's an improved shape. Shantam. In a slightly different way if she chooses to 2-pin 4-pin. Also, Paris cut was a consideration, but if she starts with a 2-pin and will get the call immediately into Tempai, well, this might be a fast end to the game. 2-so, 5-so, although several of those 2-so held by Shimoishi.
Kinoshita's dealer is still pretty far away. In the middle of the hand.
Well, Shimoishi is getting there. Okay, Kinoshita as well. An excellent pickup. 4-so, 7-so is a safe Suji here. And her hand is gorgeous in terms of its tile acceptance. I'm really hoping she draws 3, 6, 9 months so we get to see the beautiful 3-sided pin weight.
I mean, it's 3-sided weight, whichever way you slice it right now.
But one is more visually appealing than the other. And wow, gets the Tanyo as well. All right, it's 4-pin, 5-pin, 6-pin. We'll see a Chi. Tani breaking Ipatsu. Oh, 4-pin. Aikawa has some points to play with, so she might just jam it. She also has 2 Dora.
So far this game, she has jammed it every time in this sort of situation.
Yeah, she's checking. And it's 32,000 points. That's a lot of points. And it's a roll. And also, Aratani broke the Ipatsu There is
Oh,
Ura,
yeah.
though.
Now he beats Tanyao Ura 7,700.
Yeah, I think the fact that the Ipatsu's broken helps that 4-pin come out.
True. She wouldn't have
Well,
drawn it though, if it wasn't a she. Aratani would have drawn it.
gap still 26,000 points approximately, so it's going to take a lot more of those for Kinoshita to come back, but from how that Hypai started to where it finished, she had some excellent draws.
Yeah, it was after Aikawa Tenbai, actually, she got the perfect draws for Tenbai.
Oh, hello. 2 dragon pairs, including door pair, and a single oh, never mind.
Not going for that. We are dealer and we have to go fast.
Not even 8-mon hedge. What about Penchon cut? Shimoishi opens up with an Anko of his wind, so it'll be another flush attempt.
Uh-oh.
That's unfortunate. No greed. The Daisaga is a knockout blow. Who needs to run up your dealership when you can just win one hand at 48,000 points? Well, that's a reason why you
That's
don't
one
cut the
away.
pinch on. Other players probably will not be suspecting 2 pairs of dragons. I'll say that much. And wow, per the perfect chi. So Tenpai on White Dragon, Red Dragon. One gives 12,000 points. The 158 plus 300. I realize the way that I phrased it makes it sound like she can win 358 points, but actually 5,800 becomes 6,100. If she simulates its extra foo as well, that's something to hope for.
Shimoishi also has the triple of his own seat wind.
I pin. There's Chanta outs here. Now, is it 2-pin 1-pin or 6-7 immediate? And I think I like this way. Sort of expect this more central tiles to be more dangerous later, and we're always playing for the flush. That is the second red dragon, incidentally, so no more door left in the wall. Aikawa will be able to tell that a flush is brewing here eventually. Oh, make that a Suanko brewing.
Suanko, that looks like it's gonna end up being all pairs. Ugh.
I'm not sure even all Baimon. Yeah, I'm not sure Chitoi is going to be enough for Shimoishi.
Just
1-pin back.
saying that I don't think the all triples is going to. It's gonna be. I'm thinking he's going to end up pairing something else, and then probably it backfires with whichever pair he chooses to.
Uh,
This is talking about the pattern that happens to me every time.
Yeah, I also can never pick the right one when I have like it's the same as when you make a one pon and you end up with 5 pairs, so you have to pick one to cut, play toy with the rest. Let's get that one wrong. Aratani, does he play out the dragon, the Chun? this is something that he's allowed to do. He's going to make the call. And it comes out, but that's going to be a 12,000 point discard. Kinoshita continues to collect points. 12,300. Yakuhai Dora 3. They'll take a break. Now things are getting serious. Aratani still has a gap to last place, but Aikawa under pressure now for first.
Now this game has ended up being really long, and there is no time limit for these games, so we do see players take a break sometimes. Even when games are timed, there will be an occasional break if somebody has an emergency or something. I've had it where I just was really nauseous and had to take a break, and they give you, a lot of times they'll give you lost time for that as well. It's not something that you can do often because if you abuse it, then it seems like you're doing it purposefully, but sometimes that happens.
Right. I mean, you want, as like an organizer of an event, you want to make it so that players don't feel like they're forced to play when they're unwell. But you also, at the same time, can't just let gaps happen forever. There has to be some sort of time consideration.
Yeah, because I take certain medications that make me really nauseous sometimes, and usually I can get through it to the end of the hanchan, but if sometimes it will hit you at the beginning of the hanchan and you hold on as long as you can, and then you just, I'm sorry, we really need to just, I'll be right back. And they are right back.
Play continues where we left off.
Yeah. South 4 one more time, and now Aikawa is really in danger of losing that first place spot that Nathanael said was locked in.
It felt like it was locked in. She was up by 30-something thousand points. But Kinoshita has done an excellent job on her dealership. Too many pairs. Aikawa really looking for something fast. She has had good tempi in previous hands while Kinoshita's dealership was going on. As a result, ended up dealing in to 7,700. It's doubly painful. Not immediately clear how Shimoishi is going to play. No Hakupon. Aratani, the gap to second place even is pretty dramatic. So you might be playing just to preserve third at the very least, depending on his team's standing.
Yeah, I think it's.
Is that 1 point going to be worth anything? Or does he need 2?
I mean, it's definitely worth something. It gives your team the ability to stay in the race even if you tumble. That's worth something.
The second Haku has been passed, so Aratani is planning for Honji Toy. Is a flush really the fastest route? Aikawa considers it, and it says yes. 5 mon discard, hold the south. Still with all the shapes she could need, but they are not the strongest. We'll cut the 9 and consider Nathanael.
I should work on building some sort of value. Yes, that Dora. Dora and outside hand, maybe?
Okay, so maybe not the flush, but definitely pairs. There's another
I
7.
mean, where is that last Dora? Because if Shimoishi can, not Shimoishi, Aratani can get another Dora that's a Hanemon hand right there.
Yeah. Kinoshita, another 7-pin Onko draw. She's had a couple of those. They've been very important for her chances. You shunt that now. But yeah, that will be the flush shift.
Shimoishi probably kind of hoping that Kinoshita will just stay dealer one more turn. And especially hopes maybe she'll win off Aratani so Shimoishi can have another chance to kind of push into third place. But Aratani is just one away now.
Yes,
Made that shift, but
oh,
it's still all pairs. Ooh, Kinoshita Tenpai again. 5-8 character weight.
3 held here. It's the Spower Aratani definitely doesn't want to play in. There's one more immediately Aikawa drawn on the Ipatsu turn. 3 left in the wall. Kinoshita 8-pin, no go. Aikawa's just drawing all of the deal in tiles at this point. 5 mon, 8 mon.
Aratani's flush maybe would have completed.
It's possible. 2 draws remain, and you know what? Even if she doesn't make it there, collecting Ryukyoku payments at this point is still a pretty big deal. 1,000-point swing, not enough to take over first place. It does get you really, really, really close.
I think it might have been without the reach. Would have been without the reach, right?
Yeah.
But without the reach, maybe more people would have tempai'd, including Aikawa.
Right. Without the reach, Aikawa probably ends up dropping 5-8 mon. It's just the hand is worth so much more with the reach. A couple draws remain. And Aikawa draws another the deal-in tiles. This is not close enough to Tempai, really.
Oh, Shimoishi getting those triples that he wanted last hand.
A little too late
Still probably a little bit too late, yeah.
in this hand as well. Oh, that's Kishantan. Still feels a little too hard to push. Safety for Aratani. This is the Tempai draw. It is not. We have too many pairs.
Still went away.
Still a pull chance. if he wants to try for Tenpai. So Suji played. And Chun, so we can't see Puln. That will give the last draw to Kinoshita. Oh, she finds it! The Tenpai play by Shimoishi to make up some ground on Aratani is actually going to give the Haitei Tsumo to Kinoshita. Each Tsumo, Haitei Tanyao. It's another Mangan.
Mangan is dealer.
Collects the Riichi stick back. 200 extra points from each player. And now Kinoshita in strong lead. 13,200 points above Aikawa.
And now she just sort of wants it to end in a Ryukyoku, in an exhaustive draw.
Yeah, not
a lot of value in continuing as dealer here in all last.
Oh, this hand might be too good to not continue it. This could be one of those, my hand is, like, I'm in a good position, and I'm going to force a flush. If you fold against me, fine, I can also fold, and the game will end with me in first. And if you don't hold against me, I should have reasonable amount of safety. I could still end the game with Ryukyoku. Now, all's not lost for Aikawa. It's actually a really funny scenario here if she Mangan Sumos and the game ends in a tie. I don't recall how... Oh, I believe it's wind order, right? For this particular league?
Yep.
That determines tiebreaker. So Aikawa still has Mangan Sumo dreams. Well, the fact that we're even talking about this, like the Aikawa hoping for a Mangan Sumo, is kind of incredible to me. She had such a convincing lead. Kinoshita has come storming back into this game.
Yeah, it's crazy that Mangan Sumo exactly would make it tied. That does not happen often.
Especially with this number of honba, right? It's like the perfect storm. Is there a Mangan Sumo here? Riichi Tsumo Pinfu. Yeah, there is. Yes, if she draws the 8-mon for Pinfu particularly. Another Zotile. Still a couple draws away, but increased flexibility. At this point, Shimoishi only playing for Suanko. That is another, and this one's going to be Ishanten. Get your Chinutsu trainer hats on. We might have a complex weight.
You only see it for a second.
How many so draws in a row has this been? We do have Tenpai, and it's the Tatsumaki weight. What a ridiculous...
5, 6, 7.
Four, 4, 4. Oh, there is the 3 so. Surprise, Chinitsu.
18,000.
You know what's hilarious is that if the 5 so was the winner, it'd be Saranko on top of things. Now this is
and
huge.
That will
that
push Shimoishi into 3rd place.
Shimoishi gets his wish without doing anything.
Well, that's the exact wish that we were talking about the last hand. And now Shimoishi has reason to just win 1,000 points.
Incredible. This is not the way I expected this game to be going. Kinoshita now has no need to play the game anymore. There, I guess tiebreak points might be relevant. Maybe there's a small incentive to win more as dealer, but she could just fold out from Hypai, confirm her first place, almost certainly.
Yeah, so going into this game, City Plus was a negative 4.1 overall, which is why they were in 8th place behind behind Little. Even though they had the same 50 points. Of course, this puts them way in the positive, so I think it's plenty for the tiebreaker, and now she just wants to lock in this big first place. Either way, they push past Little, and also, depending on how B and Queens ended, would push past them as well.
And this is a huge number that's going to be added to the total in terms of tiebreak points. Get the first place bonus. Plus 79-1 is a tremendous amount of points to be adding in. It's so weird. Shimoishi is playing for such monster hands before, out of desperation. It's such a wild swing to now be playing for 1,000 points. Mentally switching gears. Same for Aratani. He was in such comfortable position, and you're not expecting to get surprised by an 18,000 point Dama. And the situation has totally changed on its head. He's got to press forward for all he's worth. Chitoi draws. The other thing, though, is if Kinoshita finds a closed Tenpai and slams a Riichi, all of a sudden, defense becomes sort of important once again. Which is more important, 499 or 68? We'll take the 499.
One away for the all pairs for Shimoishi. But also sort of a callable hand now. If he decides to take it a different direction.
Hatsuwan's cut. There is still one to be found.
Just so many open-ended weights like that.
Riso consideration. 6-pin immediately. Play wide. 7 on and play wide. Okay. Not sure the difference between the 7 mon and the 6-pin there. Both cuts lose. Both cuts lose the Chitoi, but at least by holding the 7 mon, you get 2 extra tiles. Maybe it's just a matter of what he thinks will be more dangerous later on.
He pawns preemptively, planning to use that green dragon or just end in Tenpai. Does not want to give Aratani any chances at... Wouldn't be able to overtake him with 1 Tenpai.
You're right, maybe 2.
Maybe 2. I think it's unlikely, though, that Kinoshita would end the hand and say Tenpai.
I don't know, sometimes you're just feeling it. Like, this is my game, I'm gonna extract as many points as I can. Well, I have the good fortune.
Saikyosen ends up having some rules against that, though, depending on the qualifier. I'm not sure if they have any rules in this one. So if you're in this position in the normal Saikyosen qualifier, and you said Tempai as dealer, then you would be, I think, disqualified and not allowed to play in the next year's qualifier.
Yeah, of course, in this qualifier, there's a matter of
the
tiebreak points, so that it's
so
curious.
they can't have that rule.
Yeah. Now, if it was the final game, I guess depending on your position, maybe become relevant. But well, at any rate, I do think it's unlikely because you are risking some sort of crazy Yakuman happening in the next round. Oh, she got the 4-button already. It is... Mon, maybe draw the 4-mon back. Maybe call it back. There's a Tempai. That's the ideal draw for Aratani. He will take a chance for a second, cutting away the Dora. Shimoishi now. 5-so is safe. But 6-mon and 7-mon are not. If Kinoshita was looking for an excuse to fold, this might be it. 7-so is safe. Riichi Pifu isn't enough by itself. He needs to flip some Ura. Actually, Shimoishi out.
Yes. If he is reading that Kinoshita's not going to Tempai this time anyway, so he doesn't need to worry about being overtaken, except for if Aratani wins this reach.
Oh, Aratani will find the 3-mon. Riichi Pifu does not get the Ura he was looking for.
Not even enough to take over anybody.
Not Sumo would have been enough, but on direct hit. Worth a try, though. We will go to the end of the game. Kinoshita, huge comeback. Aikawa will claim second point, 2 points for her team. Shimoishi somehow survives in third, and despite a valiant attempt in all last, Aratani ends in fourth, 0 points. Well, I cannot wait to see how this affects the standings going into the final game of the regular season.
Yeah, we had some teams that were kind of going up against each other right here.
4 games in the books. DD Studio picking up 1 point. Jankatsu Master with the first. So, there is a chance for a last game overtake.
They are neck and neck. They have a 2-point difference. If they tie, DD Studio will take first, as it stands now. So Jankatsu Master needs to take first with DD Studio in last place. Those are the conditions. Look down, all Sirius got another last place, and Alban got a second place. So now there's only a 1-point difference there. And if they tie, Alban with their current points will take the higher position. So both sides of those are really, really tight races. Also 7th and 8th place, the difference between 7th and 8th, 3rd and 4th, 7th and 8th, and 11th and 12th is all just 1 point. 11th and 12th, actually no points. It is a tiebreaker difference. So every single battle here is really close. I think I need 2 minutes to run and grab a drink refill.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Every team.
Be right back.
Something to play for. I want to look at the in-between scores as well. Of course, we'll have, looking ahead to the players for our next game. Not the players, but rather the teams. We have DD Studio, of course, our featured table. Jankatsu Master. The second place team, so we will have the head-to-head in our final game. AMC Dental and number 9. AMC Dental in 4th place currently after picking up a 1st place, and number 9 in 3rd place. Is this table actually the top four teams? That is awesome. That means that 3rd and 4th place, the players that will be heading to the second round of playoffs, could be determined in this game. Looks like number 9 has the tiebreak advantage over AMC Dental. And of course, also the team that will finish first overall will be determined at this game. Jankatsu Master has plenty of lift space over 3rd place that they do not need to consider the possibility of falling out of the second round of playoffs, 2nd or 3rd spot. So their only goal is to make sure that they are 2 placements above Jankatsu Master. Actually, it really needs to go 1st and 4th due to this point gap. If they get, say, Jankatsu Master as a 1st and DD Studio as a 3rd, then the gap will have to be over 85 points in order for Jankatsu Master to win the tiebreak. So that'll be something to watch as well.
This is going to be exciting.
It will be. Shall we hop into the players?
Let's do it. And representing Jankatsu Master, Moe Tanabe from Nihon Pro Mahjong. In the south seat, Ryota Okazaki from AMC Dental, a JPML player. And in the west seat, Keibun Arai from SPM, Saikyosen, playing for number 9. And in the north seat, once again, Geki Shimoishi. He's played 4 of the 5 games today for DD Studio.
Hopefully he's not tiring out. That last game, only a 3rd place. We've come to expect only firsts from the team, but
yeah, I feel like it must have been like a scheduling issue that he's playing all the games, because Yajima played only their 1st game. And we really haven't seen much of their 3rd teammate. So little I can't remember who their 3rd teammate is.
now certainly he's been doing well to carry the team to where they currently stand. So we do know that if Jankatsu Master finishes 4th and DD Studio 4th, that will guarantee an upset. If Jankatsu Master is 2 placements of DD Studio, it'll go to tie breaks, and you can see that there's a decent margin here. 55.6 to 140.6, 85 points. That needs to be the point gap in the game in that scenario. Of course, Jankatsu Master relying on Tanabe, our first dealer, to bring home that 1st place finish.
Yeah, Shimoishi definitely has the advantage here with the last dealer position.
In his position, it's basically a game of don't finish last. And goodness, if we didn't see that last 2nd placement change, this somewhat unlikely placement change that saved a point for Team DD Studio, this would have been a much easier task or a much harder task to maintain the advantage for DD Studio, but quite fortunate to have survived with 1 extra point to the total. The battle between AMC Dental and number 9 is also going to be quite entertaining to watch. That point gap for tie breaks is a lot closer, so if there isn't a 2-point two placement differential, we could see a very close tiebreak indeed.
Not really great hands across the board right now. Shimoishi's gonna look for a quick win and has that pair of white dragons. Tanabe has a pair of green dragons.
Now a
And
pair of red
now
dragons.
Arai has the red dragons. I think they're all kind of in a position where they just pawn when it comes out.
Shimoishi maybe the one player that doesn't have to. In fact, we're going to see the preemptive chi here. There's also 678 Sanchoku backup. In fact, we have the Tempai for the Sanchoku. Who needs a dragon when you have the best Yaku? Chi for Tanyao. Okazaki playing for Tanyao door 2 or 3. Some hesitation on this one pin. Shimoishi, rather, Arai decides to draw. Shimoishi here with the 6 draw into Ishaten, holding this tune. Oh, the 7-pin discard will be a confirmed 1,500 points for our dealer. And, well,
It means
technically,
business.
step 1, get a lead. Step 2 is, of course, make sure DD Pseudo finishes last, but there's a lot of game to happen before we determine that. One Pandora, lots of central tiles for Tanabe. Perhaps another.
Yeah, pretty nice hand for a dealer turn.
Looking around at all these hands, I would say I'd be pretty pleased to open up any of these. Okazaki in the south seat. Really interesting
Yeah.
with the 2 Yakuhai pairs. And was that one pin pair as well?
Yeah, Dora pair.
Big opportunity
You can
then.
pull both of those. Yeah, pretty much guaranteed Mongon because 2 of those have to triple up.
Exactly. And I was a classically wide hand, strong hand. Another pair that's a. Trying to get too many of those. Does I consider flushing? We'll play the 5-pin. Of course, the 3-pin still connects to the 2 or the 1-pin or a door shape. Okazaki not wasting any time. He knows exactly how he plans to play this hand. Not afraid to call just about anything. Might hesitate on the Forso Pon though. I think that you ever stop on your way to Tempai, but you're a little saddened if you don't end up with that with the Mongon. I guess it doesn't matter. Either way, it will be the Mongon as you mentioned. Ishaten.
There's a pawn again from Okazaki. One more call to Tenpai and has the Mangan locked in already.
One way for the dealer as well. I feel like this is the type of hand for Okazaki that I get all the time. Straightforward Mangan. You call if you get into Tenpai, and then dealer Riichis.
Mangan does help with the bitterness of that situation, but
See if Tanabe can get there. We saw this similar situation in the previous game with Shimoishi. Instead of 2-pin pair and 4-5-5-6 pin, it was 1-pin pair 4-5-5-6. He chose to break the Tenpai rather than take the Riichi. In this case, at the end of row 2, we still might see the Riichi.
sort of a little hedge for Sanshoku there with the 8. But no, the 6 is already discarded, so just the 8 looks safer.
Just pulling into Tenpai. Tanabe 5, so 8, so. I believe it was Arai who is in danger of dealing that 8 so. Depending on how things come together. Awkward. We'll lock the 8 so as a pair, so he's not dealing it to the dealer. Now he faces a different danger. That being the hand of Okazaki.
Yeah, Okazaki did not get the weight that he wanted to end up on. It still has that Mangan value.
This late with open players, the 1-pin. Not even the 1-pin, but you have to wonder who has the 1-pin.
I mean, I think with that first call, a lot of times players are going to think, all right, we have to assume that he has 2 Dora. It might be cheaper than that, but we're just going to assume that he has 2 Dora. It's generally the take. Oh, if he'd only been a Sanzo believer.
Hmm.
He was not a Sanzo believer. Maybe didn't want to discard the 1 dot if he drew it, and so chose the Shabo, but the Kanchan was the right choice this time.
Maybe believing that the 5 so upgrade to Diamond would come first before the 3. Or at least at an equal rate. Does look like we are running out of time. I can't really get to Tenpai without drawing around the 1-pin. She keeps drawing like these somewhat helpful tiles, but not trusting the West whatsoever. Oh, the 1-pin and Tanabe does not hesitate at all in folding.
Yeah, everybody ends up folding to it.
It's
Senpai, Dora,
Is 1,000 points worth it? 1,500.
It's not. He has 2 dealer turns left, though.
I think maybe a concern here is that he believes it's dealing into Okazaki, and that's the last person he wants to have take the lead. Or so comes through. One player, Tenpai. And the fact that the
And
final
that
weight
I
that's
pats
revealed.
himself on the back. Good
Yeah, the final weight looks like a 5-so, but everyone knows that the last second 4-so cut meant that it was a shabo.
Yeah.
And that the one pin did indeed deal in. Tanabe as well held off, broke Tenpai to not deal in. Will that miss?
I do sometimes like literally pat myself in the back when that happens. On the table right there. Just a little, yeah, I guess more on the shoulder, but good Jenn, like that.
I do think that successfully folding your hand, breaking a Tenpai to fold on the winning tile, is extremely rewarding.
Well, especially when it did end up dealing in. I definitely don't do it when it's like, oh man, I could have gone for it.
Right? No, successfully.
Even though a lot of times that is a successful fold, technically.
Yeah, I guess the definition of successful fold is to not have dealt it, but
I mean, yeah, if you never got one of their winning tiles, then you also won't deal in, so
it's a successful fold.
exactly, but it feels a lot better when you would have dealt in and you didn't.
All right, folds that I feel badly about. You draw like a Shompai honor, and you know for a fact that they need that honor. So you fold on it. Goes to Ryukyoku, they reveal their hand, and they just have the uncle already. You're right. They were looking for that tile. It's just they drew it already, and so you could have pushed it.
Yes.
It's when your read is right, but it's wrong at the same time. So frustrating.
Yeah, that's why when we have seminars, the pros always say you cannot read hands perfectly. So don't even try to read hands perfectly. It's just basically EV.
Well,
Is the risk you're going to take worth the possible consequences and the possible reward?
I guess there's definitions of that as well. You have to read hands in order to compute EV. Lost track of where all these calls came from. Okazaki with the North call. I with the 567 so. Shimoishi has called the Hatsu and a couple other things. It's not the flush, despite the calls giving that appearance.
That is a Tenpai.
Gatosuke.
Can only win with the white dragon, right?
I do believe so, and there is a white dragon here. I think Okazaki is planning for Chanta. It's not made much progress. May just be folding out at this point. Issues that Haku just cannot come out against a perceived flush. If you believe that's what the hand is. So, with two Dora.
Shimoishi feels like a little bit more in a hurry this game than the previous game. Wants to make sure to not get 2 places behind, or 3 places behind, I guess. Jankatsu Master.
Jankatsu Master would really have to go on an absolute tear to make 2 placements matter. Oh, triplet of the Chun. Hatsupera as well. Mattering of other tiles. 2 Yakuhai potentially for Arai. Do we think about the flush? It's pretty easy to get there. Haku drawn in another player's hand, so no Daisongen. I guess it's not impossible for Daisongen to happen, but take a lot of work to get there. There's another Mon tile. Things looking good for Arai.
I don't think Daisongen is possible with the white dragons. Is that 2 or 3?
I only saw 2, but if there's a third, then it's definitely not possible.
I mean, even with 2, it's probably not possible.
I mean, okay, it's not impossible, which is it'd be very, very. Oh, Khan. Okay.
All right, finally got your con. Nathaniel's been calling for con
We need
all
more
day.
action. We need more Dora flips. 3 so the new Dora.
It's just too.
The Daisongen would involve
but
him cutting away from the Haku pair for some reason.
yeah.
Very unlikely. A very brief moment, I thought he'd just drawn the 4th copy of the Chin. And that's impossible because there's a Chin in the discards. Oh, Con and then draw the new Dora. Fantastic. Another Mon tile, Ishantem. So let's draw Tanya potential for Tanabe. And there's a connector. Okay, so we've got the blocks that we need. 8 so comes out first. Ishantem with East Oncom. Or Okazaki. Riichi potentially incoming. It was kind of curious decision. Cut the 8 so over the 7 pin, and cut the 7 pin over the 8 so. That's a draw. You could 4 pin, and then 5 so. Or Sozu, not what Arai is looking for. That's a Dora. She can think about 345 Sanchoku now. Will he cut the 9 pin? No, south first. Still dream about pairing that up. Ah, Dora. Doesn't really fit in this hand. I would not be surprised to see this come out immediately.
That's kind of like if you don't discard it now, when are you going to discard it? If she keeps it, she's going to have to hope it pairs up.
Yeah, there's a reason to keep everything else in this hand. You already have multiple pairs. So yeah, it just has to come out. There is a concern, of course, that the dealer, Arai, has opened up with the Aokei, so he could be waiting on Dora. But now that Tanabe has cleared it, she will follow with a 9-pin cut. Uh-oh. This suddenly becomes less efficient to hold the 2, so...
Yeah, but she's looking at Sanshoku, I think. It's one away from Sanshoku.
That's why I was afraid she would drop away from it. But we do have the Riichi from Okazaki. Riichi Ton, Dora 1. Mangan. Equivalent with the Ankan.
Not the right one for the Sanshoku.
You could make an argument that the 4-mon can clear. It's not a good one, but... if you're looking for an excuse to play for 2-4 Sanshoku, as I would be, yeah, 6-mon a slightly better argument than 4-mon. Oh, there's the Sanshoku Tenpai. We have to take this fight, right? Itso is not very live. Does not take the fight. I think I see 2 8-so cut. 3 8-so cut. Oh, goodness. Can call for Tenpai. Pon waiting on the 3-mon. Chi waiting on the 4-mon. I had this exact same decision in one of my online Team League games today. And you know what? I played for the wider weight instead of for the Sanshoku, and it cost me the win. So I learned. Just got confirmation once again. Always play for Sanshoku. Dora! Push into this Riichi.
I lost, and that just made me go for Sanshoku even more. Tenpai versus Sanshoku. That's the one that she would have drawn.
Where are these tiles? 1-so is out a bunch. 3 tiles just in Arai's pond alone. Couple 4-so held here by Shimoishi. He pulled in one of those fairly recently. Someone Suji to her 4 from earlier. Out it comes. Oh, see, it's always wrong. We'll switch to the 3-6-mon. I also needed the 4-mon Kanchan. Three pin, that's good. Suji to the 6-pin. 9-mon. It's an interesting weight, but no good here.
That's another one of those Baccarat draws. You kind of could see it's a Manzu, it's a Manzu. Which one is it? Which one is it? The wrong one. Watch the baccarat players. Over here, there's certain casinos you're allowed to basically do anything with the cards if they let you squeeze them.
Mm.
And people end up ripping up the cards. It's a very emotional game, baccarat.
Maybe a tough decision here. As dealer, it's really easy to just close your eyes and jam. I don't actually think that the 5-pin is that crazy. She continues the fold. Wrong mods it again. Okazaki cannot find it. Oh, the 9-mon hell weight would have won. Shimoishi drawing all the deal-in tiles, the 3-mon. That would be Arai's deal-in. 7, so let's play your safest option. Oh, Sumo finally reached Sumo Tondora Uratu. That will be a Hanuman Uratu Ura pair. Big win for Okazaki, and this is AMC Dental taking the lead. We were talking about 2 placements. How about 3?
MC Dento. Needs to if AMC Dental places 2 placements above number 9, they take the 3rd place spot from number 9.
And I will be targeting Shimoishi now. Well, I shouldn't use that word. That actually has a definition. Will be aiming to take the place of Shimoishi, and might target him specifically in the second half of this game if it comes down to that. Those are the hands that are actually really frustrating when you have all the value in the world, right? You're dealer, you've got flush in the Yakuhai, and you know that the Hellway Taki is good in the wall, but it's standard to take the wider weight, the Nobetan, that has a few times discarded, and also is slightly more dangerous to discard yourself. You just have this feeling that because the 9-mon is good in the wall, you should play for it, but you know it's technically correct to not.
Make sure you like and subscribe. We're only 128 followers away from our goal for, I would have liked end of summer. I'm going to say end of fall.
How about this? Before the finals.
Yeah, before the playoffs even. We want to have another 130 people eagerly awaiting the finals with us. This is really exciting that we have, it's basically 2 different groups playing against each other on this table of 4.
Yeah, this is the top 4 teams just on the final table.
Top 4 teams, but they're playing for very different things because
right.
AMC Dental is definitely not playing for first place at this point. I mean,
first place overall.
Excuse me. Overall, yeah.
Do you have the?
So they're playing for first place on the table. But even if they're second place, as long as number 9 is in fourth place.
Arai Riichi. Shimoishi wastes no time in immediately breaking up his hand.
Yeah, number 9's goal, of course, is just to stay ahead of AMC Dental.
Does Okazaki take this? And drop the Dora? Surely not. He's thinking about it. He's giving it good consideration. He will chi. This is gutsy. And play the Dora. Half Tsuji. Braver here, trying to shut down the dealership, not the dealership, but rather the competition's Riichi. Braving the Dora into it. Seven pin as well.
And I always said that number 9 wants to stay ahead of AMC Dental, can also be one behind AMC Dental, which would tie them. With the current scores, AMC Dental would, I'm sorry, number 9 would still take their first place.
There
They're
is
a higher place, yeah, with the tie-breaking score. But Arai wins the hand. Only 2,300, 1,300 with that reach stick coming back.
Tanabe with the Dora too.
But
Certainly
better,
incentivized to play.
yeah, better position than a second ago.
Gap of what, 21-2? So you're right, still not beating the tie breaks.
Yeah, but a lot closer to, like, now within Mangan Sumo of second place.
For sure. Dealer goes back to Tanabe for the South round, 3-mon Dora. Palm, I proactively calling the 9s. Interesting early call. Dora goes to the dealer. Saki will also open up. That's double South. Instantly another pull. All right, show us some 9s. There are, oh, 9-mon held, so Doko not really a thing anymore, unfortunately.
Doko is almost never, ever, ever a thing.
You know, a friend of mine just hit a Sanchoku Doko. It was Sanchoku Doko with the 6s. And after he won that hand, he finished the game with 66.6. The sign.
Wow.
6-6 Doko.
Yes.
For a big first.
That's proof that Mahjong is just an evil game.
I mean, winning Doko out the 6s is pretty evil.
But Doko, Sanshoku Doko, we talk about it like this because it happens even less frequently than Kokushi.
It really is quite rare, especially with the central tiles, because those are so frequently used by other players. You have the Tempai, double South, Okazaki, loads of food in the hand. That's a draw. She's looking good. But dealer looking better. Tempai. Reach door 1, waiting 4 pin. 3 pin. That is a tough sell against dealer Riichi from first place when you actually kind of want Tanabe to win. It's not off of you. Well, with the pair cut, con opportunity, but we're not going to see that immediately. Although Arai holds the 9 so maybe thinking about a con in the future. You just pair up one of these tiles, 2 of these tiles. Pinzu do not look safe here, and of course the weight is in the Pinzu, but 4. So maybe a chance for Okazaki to get back into a Tenpai here. Both of his pin shapes are strong. We'll start with the 1 so cut. Can still play the 3 so after drawing into Tenpai. Actually, 3 so came out, so free pass for Okazaki. You have to wonder though, why is Shimoishi playing the 3 so? There's one of the pair ups, so we could con into Tenpai.
But not a guaranteed Tenpai after the con.
Oh, good decision. It is going to be the Tsumo. With Ura-san? Riichi Tsumo Ura-san? And suddenly, Tanabe.
It must have been more there.
Yeah, there's a 3-mon in the hand as well. The original Dora. Riichi Tsumo Dora Ura-san. I was so shocked by the 1-pin flip that I forgot that there was already value in that hand. It was a Riichi Dora. That's going to change placement. And suddenly, we are in a position where Jankatsu Master is first, TT Studio in third. Gap certainly not close enough to make a difference here, but if Arai gets out of last place, Jankatsu Master will be in the position they're looking for to take the guaranteed spot into the finals.
And that would be a double upset because right now with Arai in last place with number 9 and last place, then AMC Dental also takes their spot in third place. So we'd have 2 switches there. Number 9 would drop down to have to play the playoff, the round 1 playoffs, instead of advancing directly to the round 2 playoffs. And DD Studio will be stuck playing the playoffs instead of advancing right to the final table.
This is some exciting stuff. We still have Tanabe's dealership and all the dealerships that will follow. Shimoishi now under a lot of pressure. You pointed out that he's been playing a lot today. We split our broadcast into 2 separate days, but they play them all in one go. It's been going for quite a long time.
I mean, even these 3 games, the games end up really long since there are no time limits. When we play the Sankei Shimbun Cup, there are time limits. They do end up being pretty similar length, but
We're only halfway through this game. South pair and Jun pair for Shimoishi. Another pair. I could consider the Tanya shift for the 1 so cut. It's also just Ishanten, but Look for future improvements. Or a pair up for Arai.
And that's an improvement. That will end up with Shimoishi discarding the side weight, Penchan weight.
Shun pair up. So we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pairs. So I'm going to give up all the tiles in the Soza because it's hard to keep those tiles. We will see Chi. Was she confident that one of those Yakuhai tiles will come out? Even if he is sharing the Chun pair with Arai. South round, so surely. Well, South round's come out once already, so a little bit less useful for the next person to draw it. Oh, that's Chitoi Tenpai. Beach.
All right. Another Tenpai. Tenpai battles.
Interestingly, not waiting to get off of that 8-mon. 8-mon a little bit tricky being Suji to the Dora. So Dora is 4-mon. The indicator that's the actual door itself, so could be just
the
fine.
Side Suji.
Side Suji.
Yeah, adjacent Suji.
It deals into a door shape if they have Samage Town. 258 Samage. Then for Okazaki. Dealer Tenpai, we're going to see a chase 1-4 pin. Riichi pinning through potential Tanya on the 4 pin. Been jammed through. 2 pin passes the Ipatsu test. This is a huge hand for Arai. And the 8-mon drawn, Tanabe will deal in, and we're going to see another point swing.
Wow.
Each Chitoi Dora to Mongon plus the sticks. And a big chunk of those points that Tanabe just earned will go to Arai. Things are tight once again.
Okay, but that puts AMC Dental into first place. So that's not the best position for Arai.
Yeah, he picked up a
Still 2
position, but
places away.
still behind 2.
Yeah, he picked up a position, but he let the opponent that he was playing against pick up a position as well.
Still, I think this is a better spot to be than before.
Yeah, it's a better spot to be in, but
And you're never going to
it's
pass
still a
that
little
one.
bit of a problem.
Yeah.
Now,
Similarly,
anything that Shimoishi wins puts Arai into last place.
yeah, also notably, Tanabe falls a position, so still 2 ahead of DD Studio, but now that Arai has passed Shimoishi, if she wins a big enough hand to hop back to first, then she'll have that position of Jankatsu Master in first, DD Studio in last, Jankatsu Master going to the finals. It's almost like a 9,000 point donation to Arai to get the correct placement.
Yeah, but if Tanabe wins from Arai...
She just has to make sure to Tsumo on Shimoishi's dealership and Ron, a non-Arai player, every other.
Yeah, And that's the sort of positions you get into in games like this, which makes it really interesting.
I know. Up to this point, we haven't really had targeting thoughts, but this is a game where you can actually target a particular player, pass rounds until.
In some ways, you sort of have to, especially as you get into the last couple of hands.
We did see a little bit of that in the last game, when passed Roan, leading into a bonus point. Another pair, but this one can help with an extra door acceptance, so we'll drop the 7-pin. Flush Brewing, shut them. Is it 3-so, 5-so? It is. But that's going to encourage another call into Tempai.
I mean, Okazaki's in the perfect position to just keep winning.
Oh, there's the 8, so that is going to be another deal in Yakuhai Honitsu. Bonus fu as well for the 77. Hidden Anko. And I recomputing the math here. Okay, we'll have to do a lot of thinking as well. Things are close now.
Because Okazaki, yeah, now winning from Tanabe does not help Okazaki necessarily. If they're tied, if they're tied, then number 9 still, I think, has the point advantage.
Yeah, the gap now at around 20,000 points, but it needs to be more like 33,000 points. Yeah, I wonder if you ever argue to pass the run there.
I think you can.
What issues? It's just South 3. Still a lot can happen.
It's still South 2.
Sorry, you're right. South 2. A lot can happen. Even more can happen.
Yeah, that makes Okazaki continue as dealer, but now he doesn't want to let let Tanabe get more or deal into him more. So he can sumo, that's fine. Or win from Arai, or win from Shimoishi still. I think he can't do any more direct hits off Tanabe. That would make it really hard to switch those positions.
South Pole, and we're going to keep the action going. And I guess if you're Okazaki, if your dealership never ends, then you don't have to worry about it.
I think that last hand, it was early enough that he could have let it go from Tanabe still.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if that ends up becoming the difference to our cut. Flush Brewing. It's the appearance of an outside hand with 1-2-3 Sanchoku.
Oh, Branco-san, thank you for the membership.
Yeah, this is live.
Welcome. Yeah, this is live.
A
A lot of people are at tournaments today, so I think people will be watching the rerun later. But this is the last game of the qualifying round, so it's a really important match that we're watching.
They're so
We really
tile.
appreciate the membership. We're gonna get some cool things for members, so get that membership. Get the memberships in now. We are. If you have any suggestions as a member, I'd like to see this. Then we will listen to suggestions. You purchased to see if it was live. Oh no, we purchased it to support us because we love you and you love us.
Shanten for
Whatever
Tanabe.
the reason, we appreciate it.
Do you have a Tenpai? Do you have a Tenpai on the 4-mon? Shimoishi a little too far here with this mon shape 1, 3, 5 mon. Okazaki would like to improve this way, but he also needs mon tiles to improve. Deadly So tile. Dare you risk it? You can see 3 of the 2 so. He does not want to take that chance. Okazaki, unfortunately, the 1 pin and 2 pin have already been discarded, so this 3 not as useful. You could play 4 pin, 2 pin and rework the pin shape, but out it comes, and that will be called by Arai into Ishanten for Sanchoku Junchan. Shimoishi has been doing so much work for the team. It's hard to bet against him. It's a really close game now. It's been close all throughout. Every time a gap forms, it feels... Oh, there's the 4-mon. That's going to be a win for Okazaki directly from Arai. That's his target.
Okay, yeah, that helps.
Unfortunately, this was the cheaper hand.
That actually helps Shimoishi as well. No, Shimoishi DD Studio remains in first place with that position.
What position of gap?
Yeah, no ties. Shimoishi can win from anybody. Okazaki mostly just wants to win from Arai. Now can win from anybody though. Now that he's 3 ahead.
Yeah, still.
He can win from anybody more than he could the last time.
That's true. Where do you want to go with this? It's extra straightforward efficiency with the honor cuts. Nice. 8-mon fill. 8-mon connector, rather. Okazaki, maybe another open hand? We'll play the mon tile to consider the flush possibility. Gap between Okazaki and Arai, 23-2. So about 10,000 more points to be able to win tie breaks. And we should see a pawn. And 4 pin, straightforward to the flush. Not even taking any breaks with the honor cuts. Does lead to a very important 3-so fill from Arai. Creating a penchon, turning a penchon into a full sequence. This particular channel has not streamed on Twitch.
Yeah, right now we're only on YouTube. We have had discussions about simulcasting, or multicasting.
Hmm.
But it's the same thing. Yeah, but We have not actually made a decision to do that yet.
I stream some on Twitch for the American Riichi channel, but I've had a couple big draws. The 4-so triplet brings Ishanten to Arai. Chi into Tenpai or Shimoishi. San Shokudora 1. Looking for just the 9-mon, and wow. Chi Toi Tenpai, Tanabe, what do you choose?
I mean, generally, I'd prefer a 2 over a 3, but
Maybe subscribing to Tsuchida
with all the
Pro's
Mansu
Toitsu
out,
Theory.
yeah, maybe she sees a 3 as a better weight.
That's a couple 4-mons visible. Dora draw on Ippatsu turn. Not entirely particularly happy about Shimoishi. Only 1 tile for his weight remains. And he'll continue to play for it.
Shimoishi, you have fans in the chat.
Dealer is ready to be done. And I would chase 8-pin adjacent to Dora.
So Okazaki is really okay with a Tanabe win on this hand.
Of course, he doesn't want to feed it necessarily, but it happens. Okay.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't deal in, it doesn't hurt his position at all.
8-pin comes out. That frees up. Well, and I already played the 8-pin, but rather the 8-mon allows Shimoishi to swap to the west 7-mon weight. Ends up folding anyway with an 8-pin. So now the only question is, where are the 3-mon? I feel like this score check is a Sashikomi check. Can I actually deal in here?
A word that we're generally not allowed to use on Japanese broadcasts. But you hear it a lot on English broadcasts.
It's very rare that Sashikomi is correct. And a lot of times when you do it, it's more like, I know that if I deal in, it doesn't hurt me, and so I'll just play for my own hand. You're not really trying to deal in, you're just playing for your own hand, and if it happens to deal in, that's also an acceptable outcome.
Yeah, actually, yeah, the act is not necessarily banned. It's just for some reason that word is on the list of words we're not allowed to use in Japanese. But there's no rules for that in English.
1-4 pin chasing Riichi. I was going to try to fight for it if he could. He has found a path. This 3-mon looking better and better. That's another 4-mon that's hit the board. She still saved tiles to go through. 9-so clears.
Yeah, Rai basically, any win gets him back in the position he wants to be in and ends Okazaki's dealership, which he wants to do as well. He can't be sure of what we can see is that Okazaki's dealership is going to end pretty much no matter what. But Arai would love those extra points. If he can get ahead of Tanabe and Shimoichi back into second place, then he will hold on to his team's third place position overall.
It feels like Arai does have the advantage in terms of the weight. 1-pin in particular. We'll go through. If he could guarantee, if he knew it was a Chitoi weight, he'd be a lot more confident. I feel. 4 pin. That's one of the deal-in tiles. Can we west? 6 pin. He finds a save tile. 9 mon. A tile that would have dealt in ages ago. Now safe. 9 south. Still good. Shimoishi has been threading needle here. South will clear. And the east, of course. 1 pin. There it is. It felt like a matter of time before we'd see one of those. Riichi and Ura-san! Big point swing. Okazaki takes a gulp there. Arai now in second place. And tie breaks in favor of number 9. So now Okazaki becomes a Shimoishi fan as well.
Yeah, Okazaki really needs a 2-point lead, a 2-place lead against Arai for it to end right now. DD Studio would keep their first place. Jankatsu Master keep the second place. Number 9 would keep the third place, and AMC Dental would keep the fourth place.
That
2 more hands to see if anybody can turn that around.
was a really big win to maintain the status quo. DD Studio now very comfortable. It is so tough with only 2 dealerships remaining for Jankatsu Master to pull 2 spots ahead. The games have been excellent today. So much drama.
I mean, Jankatsu Master really needs to have first against the third, so it looks really unlikely at this point. She's gonna have to probably be going for Yakuman at this point.
And I was doing some very careful checking of his conditions. Your dealership can allow for some big point swings. His target is above him, so he doesn't have to worry about who he hits at all, unlike Okazaki.
Yeah, Okazaki has to push Arai down into third place.
And this is a good hand for Okazaki with the Chun Anko, but Dora West is hard to incorporate.
The thing is, for Shimoishi just can win 2 1,000-point hands. That is the best thing for him to do is just try and win as quickly as possible.
Yeah, his condition has suddenly become very easy.
And that's no good for Okazaki. It's great for Arai.
Two pin, yeah, 8 mon first. Now there's some pairs building up. To Mon. Looking for Sanshoku. It's not quite there. There's a Dora. Shimoishi will likely just hold on to it forever. Even if Tanabe wins a hand and he falls to 4th, as long as she's not overcoming Arai, he's still very safe. The few ways that she gets enough points is if somehow she gets to use the door, and West is her wind. Ooh, 5-so Anko. This is technically a Tenpai. Is it a Tenpai he wants to take, or does he want more points? So once you reach E, you're kind of limited in your ability to target. There is a Saranko play. I think I might just 3-pin personally. Normally I would 2-mon and play for the wider shape, but I like the idea of Saranko. Oh, he will Riichi. Dora passes, and that gives Shimoishi an exit valve to drop his own Dora. Instantly comes out. Tanabe, who's really wanted to draw it, will now drop her own. Play for the 4-5-6 Sanjuku potentially. Problematic for Okazaki is a lot of times the last dealer will want to run it up and everyone else will be playing for their own conditions, so it will be a little easier for the last dealer to run it up. But in this case, the last dealer doesn't want anything to happen. He wants to not have a dealership, so Okazaki, not many hands with which to play. And if he, by taking this Riichi, if he wins this hand, there will only be one hand left, almost certainly. That's why taking this Riichi is very... You have to really have a plan at Riichi, I guess. What is the Uma again for?
I think they're not using Uma because of the point placings.
So it's just raw.
It's just a raw score.
I was thinking if there's Uma consideration, maybe that'd be a way to accumulate enough points to make up this gap, even with a tie. Somehow Arai's hand still looks like it's going to come out to be a flush, despite him probably just trying to dodge this Riichi from Okazaki. Not many 3-mon live here. Wow, that's another interesting draw. I don't know if it's going to convince a Montile to come out, but 9-mon played. Four, five, six, 7. Just continue to hold the current shapes. That Sotal won't be at 3. Yeah, we're done. Not gonna trust this 2-mon. There's the 3. Doron. Okazaki relegated to Tsumo at this point. Shimoishi almost encouraging the run to happen. But I think for Okazaki, not many draws would have given the Saranko sure that he had a Sanako draw while he was drawing for the Tsumo. So we will go to Ryukyoku. Okazaki, the only player Tenpai, small points exchanging hands. And so we go to our final.
And now it is in Shimoishi's best interest to end in a no 10. It is in Arai's best interest to just win 1,000 points. Okazaki has to push Arai down below Shimoishi. And Tanabe has to take a first place. If she can get first place while keeping Shimoishi in last place. So something like a Yakumatsumo would work.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okazaki will plan to somehow snipe Arai for a Mangan.
Mangan will be enough with the continuance.
But that means you have to get almost certainly a Dama Tenpai. Or you get a Hellweight Tonki, something like that. And I hope that Arai is the one to draw it. Things looking good for Shimoishi. Plan to fold. Hitsu potentially for Arai. His hand is so strong. She doesn't want to win it, but it's almost forcing him to. Door 2 for Tanabe, but the door doesn't really matter so much as it's now making a Yakuman. Very close equivalent. Chitoi with door 2? It's like Paimon direct off of Okazaki isn't even.
I think she has to go for the Suwanko. Some would Saibon 3be enough.
If she hit Paimon directly off of Okazaki, it would be enough, but again, getting a direct hit is so hard. But again, Okazaki has to play, right? He has to push. So maybe it's a little easier than it normally would expect.
It's to push for a Mangan against Arai.
So Tanabe will need something like Reach, Pots, Chitoi, Door 2, Ratu, directly off of Okazaki. There is a window. It's a limited one. I think Shimoishi, if he draws into Tenpai, he's still incentivized to take it, but just not Riichi. Don't do anything crazy like Con. One more pair. This is where you wish there were Aka in this game, and you don't need Epots.
I should go towards the at least Chitoi possible Baimon-ish hand, but probably more of a Suwanko shift.
Force from Shimoishi, limiting the number of times these players can pull the Tenho lever. Tenho slot machine lever. Just going to bow away here. Okazaki working his way to a flush. Fortunately for him, Arai's hand has been slow enough that probably will be able to get there without contention. Shimoishi folding, Arai too slow. So this allows Tanabe and Okazaki to just draw everything they could want. Warping come. Oop, Haku. That's big progress. That's the Yakuhai confirmed. Closed, so don't need to open for that.
Yeah, much easier to snipe another player too.
I think
Don't
Arai
need
has
to
already
reach
decided at this point he's not dropping any pin tiles or honor tiles. Passes the call, draws a useful tile. Tempai on the 8-pin.
It's Tempai. The 8-pin just came out. That did not incentivize Arai to discard it now, but he might see that it wasn't called and discard it soon. It's a little bit too bad that Okazaki took some time to think about it.
I think
real life lag.
Riichi. I think Arai understands that. Okazaki understands that Arai will never drop it. So he just hopes for some monster Ipatsumo.
It's just 2 away from Suanko.
Yeah, surely. You know,
The green dragons are
draws
out. At least one is out.
it's 2 draws away from Suanko Tempai. You need 1 more draw for the Tsumo. 3 out of 4 draws. Or so out. So no maximum acceptance for the Chitoi. And Arai has to consider the possibility that Okazaki has like an Anko of Dora. And although he looks like he's forcing a flush, he's really waiting on something else. Because again, that Mangan Direct will be enough for Okazaki. And that's one way to, snipe, is to give the impression of one hand and have it be something else.
Right.
So normally you would expect to see Arai defend very easily here by just not dropping any pin and honor tiles, but the Riichi's come out, he has to consider the
Feels like you
possibility.
just can't discard anything.
Exactly. Everything is possible, except for Gebutsu. Well, if that's the case, it might be the safe looking the tile is, the more dangerous it is in the non-flush suit. We're going to see a con. To end the game. $3,000 points exchanged hands. Okazaki gets up to 50,000 points, but with number 9 claiming the second place, it's going to fall short on tie breaks.
Shimoishi does maintain the first place spot for DD Studio, though the team has just dominated the entire season.
Huge props.
The very first season of this event.
Shimoishi pulling it all the way through. 4 out of 5 games in the final session. He locks it in for the team. Final standings. DD Studio, 65 points, huge gap. Confirms the victory. Team number 9, second place. AMC Dental team number 9 with a +2 in second. AMC Dental +3 for first. They tie, but still 12 points short. Looks like Hanemon would have been enough, actually, if
12,000 point difference.
Yeah, with the Riichi stick and the Bomba. Well, the Riichi sticks from the previous round, that Hanemon would have been enough, but could not find the 8-pin.
And Alban ended up taking another last place All Series, took second place. So Alban is our cut team in 16th place. All the other teams will advance to the playoffs, except DD Studio, who will advance right to the finals.
And we will...
Real Partner maintain their 11th place position. And also Four Seasons maintain their seventh place position. So actually, from between Game 4 and Game 5, nothing changed.
Yeah, Four Seasons, despite taking a 4th, still manages to stay in the C table for playoffs round 1. And, well,
yeah,
we're going to have a bit of a gap before we get to those playoffs.
But we will have plenty of Mahjong for you to watch in the meantime. Next week, the week after next, is the Sankei Shimbun Cup. And Team WRC will be on the featured table on the Friday broadcast.
That's the day
We got our uniforms yesterday.
What's that?
We got our new uniforms yesterday.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, they're rad.
I got a sneak peek at those. So even though I'm not going to be able to broadcast those games, I'll be flying to a Mahjong tournament. I will look forward to catching the VOD for that and taking a look at those new uniforms. It'll be more Kokushi.
Yeah, they're rad. They're actually, the coloring is a lot like the World Reach Online Team League ad like kind of logo this season. So they're very bright, but also cool, kind of like camouflage sort of theme combined with like a, I don't know, like a sunrise on the ocean kind of thing, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. They're rad with bright pink letters.
We'll just have to see it in 2 weeks. 2 weeks time.
Oh, and the Discord server, for the WRC Discord server, lots of info on WRC, lots of info on these broadcasts, also info on if for people who want to become pros or who want to study with pros. Lots of great info on there, and also links to other Discord servers. You can follow people, and the mahjongjen Discord server is also good.
mahjongjen
and the mahjongjen YouTube channel is also good.
Lots of pro content there. Learn from pros content on those resources. So definitely check it out.
All right, I think that does it for today. I have my pro league today. Lots of stuff to do before then, so I'm going to have to cut out.
All right. Thanks again for all the work you've done to make this a possibility. The final game of the regular season complete, and we will look forward to the playoffs coming soon. We will look forward to more action on the WC channel. Check us out in 2 weeks for the Sankei Shimbun Cup. See you next time.
Thanks, everyone.